organized by the Center of Politics, University of Port Harcourt. This is an international conference. It is actually international in all sense, as we have participants drawn from Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, United Arab Emirates, United States, Canada, Australia. We want to welcome you to this conference. We are starting right away. We have our special guests that are seated here. We'll recognize them in due course. I wish to invite Pastor Lucky Onyemesu to join us here at the high table. Please, the pastor in charge of Province 21, Arusisiji, if you're here, please, we crave your indulgence to join us at the high table. At this point, I will hand over to, please sit down, sir. I will hand over to the PRO to take us on further proceedings.
Thank you so much, Justice. Dr. Justice Iwele. Now we shall commence this auspicious event with the national and the university anthems, after which we shall take the introductions. So right now, if we are ready, can we have the anthems, please? Are we ready?
Tried and made our own here, our lives stand. Oh, tried and made in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. And justice, your flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reigns. In peace or battle honored, and this we come back in Mount Spain. And not to children, a banner without space on one great God of all creation. The flag is our unwavering mandate, the cause to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and when the green lowlands and swampy plains of the New Calabar River stands, the University of Port Harcourt, a citadel of learning and excellent education. Of academic enthusiasts, searching for knowledge and wisdom, enlightenment and self-reliance on mission. Our hope in the future is rooted in God. The vision of our Father shining in the skies.
Thank you. While still on our feet, may we ask Pastor Lucky to take the opening prayer to commit this event to the hands of the Almighty God.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we want to thank you. We give you praise for this very special conference on advancing politics and governance for sustainable development. Thank you for our esteemed speaker here seated, the chairman, the co-chairs, professors, Alain and Isioma Ile. Father, receive our thanks and praises in the name of Jesus. Thank you for the Vice Chancellor of Uniport. Thank you for the dignitaries here present. We are asking, Lord, in this very special program that you have your way. We are here to learn, here to interact, here to see the possibilities of what we can do to advance our governance and politics. And so, Lord, we ask in the name of Jesus that you will help us. You will lead us. You will direct us. In the name of Jesus. I expect a louder amen. We ask, oh Lord, that by the time we'll be living after this conference, we will go back blessed, we'll go back encouraged, we will go back fired up to get things better in this nation, in this community, in this state, in the name of Jesus. And are there possibilities that there are forces working against this conference? We ask, oh Lord, that their intentions, their motives, their counsel will not stand in the name of Jesus. At the end of it all, oh God, Nigeria will be a better place. Rivers State will be a better place. Our world will be a better place. Uniport will be a better place. Thank you, mighty God. In Jesus' most wonderful name, I have prayed. Let somebody shout hallelujah.
Thank you. You may be seated. I have the honor at this time having welcomed you in my own little way to introduce to us the dignitaries here seated. We have the honor of having here with us the Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Rivers State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Martin Chike Amehule. We also have here other very distinguished personalities. We have a member of the governing, chairperson, the chairman of the Board of Trustees, University of Port Harcourt alumni, and chairperson of this conference. I'm used to saying chairman. I don't know why we are saying chairperson here. Prince Tony Princewell. I'm making these introductions based on those who are present here. There are other dignitaries we are respecting, including the chief host of this particular event. The Vice Chancellor of the university is on his way. May I, at this point in time, introduce to us Professor Isioma Ile, co-person and a professor. Thank you for the applause. She is a professor of the University of Western Cape, South Africa. Is a visiting professor to this Center for Politics. You can see that this is truly an international conference. Now we have on her immediate left the director of the Center for Politics, Professor Fidelis Allen. And still here on this podium is Pastor Lucky Onyemusi, pastor in charge of Province 2, Redeemed Christian Church of God. He was the one that took the opening prayer. Before we continue, we would like those of you who sit at the back to cover the spaces in front. It is always good to have the front covered so that when we take photographs, it will speak well about the success of this conference. Please, let's take the next few seconds to quickly do that.
So while we do that, we want to once again recognize the presence of all participants who have traveled from across the country and across Africa to be here. We want to say welcome to Port Harcourt. This is the Garden City. You are welcome to Port Harcourt. I hope that you find time, after each session to explore the beauty of Port Harcourt. You are welcome. This conference, the organizers of this conference have thought it wise not just to, gather crowd for the conference, but it's, we needed quality, not quantity. And as such, only participants and those who are presenting papers are here in this conference. And we want to welcome you specially and say this conference holds a whole lot of prospects. We have, we can see Professor Ntes seated. We can see Professor Philip Okolo seated. Everybody will welcome you. Thank you for joining us at this auspicious occasion. At this very point, we want to invite the director of the Center of Politics, Professor Fidelis Allen, to come and make a short remark on the Center of Politics and this conference. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, all. Let me quickly welcome all of you. The Center for Politics at University of Port Harcourt is relatively new. So I'm sure some of you will understand the age of this unit at University of Port Harcourt. A welcome address by Professor Fidelis Allen. Please permit me to read this. Director, Center for Politics, University of Port Harcourt, co-chair, International Conference on Advancing Politics and Governance for Sustainable Development. The Vice Chancellor, I spoke with him a couple of minutes ago. He will join us very soon. The Vice Chancellor, University of Port Harcourt, Professor Owunari Abraham Georgewell. His Excellency, the Governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Oti, OFRO. I've been told that someone is representing him. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Bayelsa State, Senator Doid Diri. I was also told somebody would represent him. The chair of this conference, Toy Princely, the chairman of the Board of Trustees, University of Port Harcourt, alumni, distinguished members of the National and State Assemblies. I would like to specially recognize the Speaker, Right Honorable Martin Amaewhule. Dear respected members of the academic community, our esteemed guests from within and outside Nigeria, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the University of Port Harcourt, particularly to the Center for Politics, for this landmark international conference on advancing politics and governance for sustainable development. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as the director of the Center for Politics and co-chair of this conference. And let me quickly also recognize the co-chair of the conference, Professor Ile of the University of the Western Cape, who is visiting here. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to everyone gathered here. Students, scholars, policymakers, and those of you that are outside participating online, I would like to welcome you as well. We share a common passion. We are all interested in shaping the future of governance and sustainable development in Africa. This conference could not have come at a more important time. Across our continent, and indeed here in Nigeria, the intersection of politics, resource governance, and sustainable development remains one of the most critical challenges of our time. How we manage our vast natural and human resources will determine whether Africa moves from promise to fulfillment, from potential to prosperity. At the Center for Politics, we are deeply committed to fostering dialogue, research, and collaboration that connects theory to practice. This gathering exemplifies that vision, bringing together academics, leaders from government, civil society, to interrogate the dynamics of political leadership, the ethics of governance, and the imperatives of sustainability in an era of environmental, social, and economic uncertainty. We are particularly honored to have you all present in this meeting, especially representatives of His Excellencies, Dr. Alex Otti and Senator Doye Durie, whose presence underscores the growing partnership between academia and governance in addressing Africa's development realities. Your commitment to good governance, transparency, and inclusive development inspires scholars and practitioners. Permit me also to commend the Vice Chancellor of our great university, Professor Owunari Abraham Judgewell, for his unwavering support in positioning the University of Port Harcourt as a hub for critical thinking and policy innovation. The success of this conference rests on a solid leadership foundation. Permit me to thank the pastor in charge of Province 21, Pastor Loki E. Oyemiosi, who has actually provided the spiritual foundation for this conference. Over the next few days, we shall engage in robust discussions, examining the politics of resource management, exploring frameworks for sustainable peace and development, and imagining new pathways for governance in Africa. We hope that the insights shared here will not remain in conference halls, but will find expression in public policy, institutional reform, and grassroots transformation. Finally, I thank all partners, sponsors, and collaborators who made this event possible. I'm particularly grateful to the speaker and the chair of this conference. Once again, welcome to this great university of Port Harcourt, a home of excellence, dialogue, and innovation. May our deliberations be fruitful and impactful. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Another round of applause for him, please. While he was giving that address, I think that's I'm supposed to have asked him, is it the representative of Governor Oti? Okay, we'll introduce him in due course. But for now, if you listen properly and you understood what the director said, you realize that this is a well thought out conference that aims at bringing together the academia and the practitioners of politics, what we call in the university, what we refer to in the university as town and gown relationship. Here, the ideas propounded by the intellectuals will go to the practitioners, practicing politicians, and because it is tested and well researched, it will bear fruit in political policies and make governance better. Remember the topic, the conference theme is advancing politics and governance for sustainable development. And that is why we are here. That is what we'll achieve. May I, at this point in time, welcome to the microphone for the official opening of this conference, the chairperson, Prince Tony T. J. T. Princeville, Board of Trustee, Uniport Alumni. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Oti, ably represented by Senator Darlington Nwokocha, the esteemed Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable Martin Amewule, the VC, University of Port Harcourt, Professor Unari George Will, members of National Assembly, distinguished legislators, dedicated scholars, of course, I must mention Professor Allen, our distinguished director of the Center for Politics, my sister, Professor Isioma Ile, eminent policymakers here present, captains of civil society, esteemed alumni colleagues, unique Uniport students, of course, not to forget members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm, who are also here present. Ladies and gentlemen, it is both a profound honor and a personal privilege to welcome you to this important conference on advancing politics and governance for sustainable development in Africa. Let me begin by commending the organizers for the foresight and the courage to convene this gathering, especially at a time when Africa's governance narrative stands at historic crossroads. Our continent is blessed beyond measure in people, in resources, and in potential. Yet for too long, the story of Africa has been framed around paradoxes: abundance coexisting with poverty, progress shadowed by fragility, potential constrained by governance gaps. It is increasingly clear that sustainable development cannot be achieved merely by economic growth or natural resource endowment. It depends fundamentally on the quality of politics and the strength of governance. When politics is reduced to competition for power rather than a platform for service, progress falters. When governance becomes transactional instead of transformational, development becomes a mirage. When politics, however, is guided by vision, values, and verifiable impact, and when governance is rooted in transparency, inclusion, and accountability, nations rise. This conference could not have come at a more defining moment. Across Africa, citizens are demanding leadership that delivers, not excuses, but results, not promises, but policies that work. Our universities are producing knowledge, our civil societies are driving accountability, and our youth are challenging old paradigms. This convergence of energy, intellectual, political, and civic, is the foundation of a new Africa. Here today, we have gathered to advance that vision, to bridge the gap between politics as practiced and governance as it ought to be. We are here to ask the difficult but necessary questions. How can politics serve as a tool for national renewal rather than personal ambition? How can governance frameworks translate resources into real human progress? And how can African states evolve systems that outlast personalities, systems that are institutionalized in excellence, not in dependency? This conference is not just another academic exercise. I truly believe that. It is a call to reimagine governance as the engine of sustainable development, a space where scholars, policymakers, and civil society can align evidence with ethics and vision with action. Our goal must be to move beyond diagnosing Africa's challenges towards designing solutions that are actionable, inclusive, and measurable. The test of our deliberations will not be how eloquent our papers sound, but how impactful our outcomes become. As we engage over the coming days, let us remember that leadership is not a title, it's a trust. Governance is not a slogan, it is a system. And development is not an event. It is a process built on courage, collaboration, and consistency. Let this conference inspire a generation of leaders in academia, government, and civil society who understand that to govern is to serve, and to serve is to transform. In closing, I invite all of us to bring not only our intellect, but our integrity into this dialogue. Let us speak truth, share insights, and shape the governance future Africa deserves. May this conference mark a turning point from rhetoric to results, from ambition to achievement, and from potential to performance. Thank you, and welcome to this transformative conversation on advancing politics and governance for sustainable development in Africa. I hereby declare this conference open.
I don't think that that applause is for him. This kind of speech, of declaration, of opening a conference is not very common. If you listen well, he mixed rhetorics with politics and poetics. There was a lot of poetry flowing in the presentation. Another round of applause for him. I will now hand over the microphone to Dr. Justice Ewele.
Okay, thank you. Once again, let's put our hands together for our own, the board of chairman of the University of Port Harcourt Association. At this point, I want to specially, the chairman had recognized the governor of Abia State. I wish to formally recognize him. We have with us the distinguished Senator Darlington Wokocha, the former minority whip of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the national president of the University of Port Harcourt Alumni Association, and who is ably representing the executive governor of Abia State, His Excellency, Dr. Alex Chioma Oti. Let's put our hands together for him. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. And with him, we have several persons in that delegation. And we have Honorable Mrs. Vivian Obilo, the Deputy Chairman of Isialangwa South Local Government. Let's put our hands together for her as we recognize her. We also have Dr. Joseph Chibike Amechi, who is the personal assistant to the senator. You're welcome. We also have Honorable Chukudi Edunwa, is a Labour Party stakeholder in Abia State. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. We also have Honorable Innocent Urapa, the Executive Chairman of Isialangwa Local Government. You're welcome, sir. We also have Honorable Nnadozie Nwogugu, Executive Chairman of Isialangwa South Local Government. You're welcome, sir. We also have Chief Ifeanyi Isi Kaku, the former Executive Chairman of Isialangwa South Local Government. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for every other person who is on the entourage of the representative of the governor. You are highly recognized. While the chairman was giving his opening remarks or his opening speech, the dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences stepped in. It is my pleasure and singular honor to recognize the presence of Professor C.A. Banado. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. At this point, it is my honor to invite to this esteemed podium the Executive Governor of Abia State, His Excellency Dr. Alex Chioma Oti, who is ably represented by the distinguished Senator Darlington Wokocha, to come and present the remark on behalf of the governor. You're welcome, sir. Let's put our hands together for him as he steps up to the podium to present the remark on behalf of the governor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. May God bless all of you in Jesus' name. I want to adopt all the names and positions clearly stated in this document as protocol, but I will not forget to mention just very few of you. The chairman, Board of Trustees of University of Port Harcourt Alumni Association, Mr. Speaker of Rivers State House of Assembly, my colleague, Honorable Martins Ameule. Then I will use Professor Sioma to recognize all the female in this arena. I want to welcome each and every one of you. I can see the written of professors here. Those days, when you hear of professor, you'll be looking out for highly gray-headed men, but I can see young men and women now turning. That's very wonderful. That means that hard work and what we are doing here is highly rewarding. I'm standing here on behalf of one-time first-class material of this institution, one-time the immediate past chairman, board of the Alumni Association of this institution, and presently the Executive Governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Chioma Oti. As the president of University of Port Harcourt Alumni Association, I was invited as well to this event. I have my speech here, but I have a more superior speech that will swallow my own, being given to me by the Executive Governor of Abia State, whose interest in this institution and social development across the globe is quite unwavering. Therefore, I will read his speech without missing any word. This being a text or speech presented by Governor Alex C. Oti, OFR, in search of answers at the first International Conference on Advancing Politics and Governance for Sustainable Development, organized by the Center for Politics, University of Port Harcourt, this day, 21st October 2025, here in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. The quest for knowledge is an age-old endeavor. I would, in fact, argue that the hunger to acquire knowledge, to understand how the world works and the application of what has been learned is embedded in the human DNA. In the ancient world, those who sought to learn traveled from different places to the Great Library of Alexandria and other centers across Egypt in pursuit of the beautiful fruits of knowledge. Around the same time, seekers of knowledge also flocked to the academy in Athens, the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, and the University of Nalanda in India to learn from the philosophers and sages of the day, asking questions and digesting their interpretations of natural events, human motivations, and structure of society. This demanding commitment in search of wisdom from far-flung corners of the earth was not the exclusive preserve of the rich. Ordinary people were as interested in learning about their universe as the wealthy and powerful, because knowledge, since time immemorial, is the currency and measure of progress. It is easy to dismiss the wise search for wisdom and truth as the fantasy of the ancients, a fantasy that has no place in modern world. Unfortunately, the opposite is true. While we may no longer journey to Kemet or Horseback or travel to Athens to learn wisdom from Plato, the reality, however, is that across human communities, the hunger to learn about the world and the forces that surround it is continuous to intensify. Think about how much average family spends on the education of their children. The fierce struggle for admission into the best institutions, and then the ever-rising outlay on outer space and interplanetary explanations. The truth, and there is more than sufficient data to support this, is that in the modern world, what has really changed are channels and structures through which we seek knowledge, but instead of decreasing, man's appetite for wisdom remains evergreen. We have fortunately been aided by technology to compress so much into a small size pocket device, and in place of such scrolls in ancient libraries, we can now flip through digital screens to learn new things from the comfort of wherever we are. But again, nothing has happened in the past 3,000 years to diminish our appetite for learning and application of what has been learned to achieve new outcomes in multiple frontliners of human interest. The crowd of intellectuals, legislators, policymakers that have physically gathered in this auditorium from different parts of the globe, and those connecting from virtual platforms, give unsellable credence to my position that the search for knowledge has only intensified in contemporary times, and for many of us, no price is too steep to pay for the opportunity that a forum like this offers us to interact with peers, deepen our knowledge, and make new connections for continuous learning and sharing. The knowledge ecosystem has been liberalized, and everywhere you look, there are structures, systems that are offering something similar to what the ancients sought in the Academy of Gonditius for in Persia and the Library of Ephesus about 1,000 years ago. Even then, it is also fitting that every now and again, platforms like this are provided to enable the cross-fertilization of ideas, debates, review by peers. On this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to join the Vice Chancellor of this great university and the conference chairperson, Prince Tonyo Priestwill, in welcoming you to the first international conference on advancing politics and governance for sustainable development in Africa, hosted by the Center for Politics here at the University of Port Harcourt. I would like to equally thank the chairman and members of the organizing committee for the brilliance of their preparation and astute organization that attended this event. As an alumnus of this university and someone deeply committed to its continuing relevance as a citadel of excellence in research and learning, I am profoundly delighted with events like this because they align perfectly with the institution's long-standing tradition of rigorous academic work and history of broadening and extending the frontiers of knowledge, especially in the field of social sciences. it is gratifying to note that even amidst the difficulties of macroeconomic environment and the incursion of Philistine tendencies, which pose dangerous stress to the noble culture of quiet reflection and inquiries, you have managed against all odds to keep the flag of the excellence in scholarship very high. I would like to thank the intellectual and academic keeping the fire of learning burning in different faculties, schools, and departments within the university. The beautiful thing about programming like this, the beautiful thing about programs like this is that they not only bring global exposure to the institution, they also point us to the elegance and superiority of knowledge, especially in the world threatened by dangers of materialism and unending appetite for the mundane. I am thankful for the opportunity to share a few thoughts with you before you dive deeply into the complex details of interplay of politics, resource governance, and sustainable development in the African continent. I am quite impressed with the thoughts that went into the theme of the conference. My understanding of the theme is that it seeks to broaden our awareness of the body of advantages we share in different parts of Africa as it relates to a mix of resources and how this can be responsibly harnessed to serve our present and future development aspirations. Port Harcourt City, a dominant metropolitan address in Niger Delta regions, where this conference is taking place, is noted for its extensive oil and natural gas riches. Looking through the event brochure, I also observe there is an impressive representation from different parts of Africa and beyond. I join my voice in welcoming you all to the Garden City as we begin what is probably the most strategic conversation on the development trajectory and future of cities and communities around the continent. We have gathered to explore how politics can be reimagined as a vocation that promotes the most competent and service-oriented amongst us to superintend the management of public resources for the purpose of accelerating the pace of development. Economic development oftentimes is mistaken as an abstract ideal, but it is not. It is about finding the right job when you put yourself up for employment, cutting down the menace of poverty, creating systems that give everyone a fair chance at success, and ultimately taking out the bottlenecks to the productivity of the population. It's about systems that respond promptly and effectively to the emergency call from citizens, keep the population and their property safe, and assure justice for all. Development, in simple language, is about the fair distribution of access and opportunities within the society. Politics ideally should be about expanding the basket of opportunities, removing the barriers that lock individuals out of the door of opportunities. Unfortunately, politics anywhere in the world is anything but ideal. It is a complex enterprise that can be hijacked by individuals and groups whose objectives are in direct contrast with the aspiration of the general public. What happens in this instance is that resources that ought to accelerate the development process in a perfect political environment become vehicles of self-enrichment and pursuit of personal glory. Development in this instance becomes an illusion, and ultimately disenchantment and indifference follow. Politics is about people, and when human withdraws psychologically from the field for reasons of disappointment and disillusionment, what follows will mostly be in line of rent-seeking and system theft. The sad truth is that we are almost at the point where majority of the population voluntarily disengage themselves from the political process, electing to play no part than deal the pattern of treachery that had become embedded in the system. You find striking evidence of this in the continuing decline in voters' turnout over successive elections, the rising cost of political mobilization, and of course, the dying embers of nationalistic fervor amongst the young. In the light of the above, one would expect that intellectuals and political authorities in this room could dedicate a reasonable amount of time over the course of this conference to identify how to reignite the zest for political participation in the minds of our people as we had it in the pre- and post-independence days. As I had earlier already hinted, politics without the people is nothing but elite conspiracy, and that is partly the reason for the fall in development metrics across several parts of our continent. Those of us who appreciate politics as an instrument of social change and economic progress are invited to embrace the responsibility of enlightening our friends, colleagues, and everyone we come in contact with to get deeply involved. For the academics and researchers working with young people across institutions, your role in this regard is quite central to the rediscovery of essence and true spirit of politics in the modern era. We have to teach the young ones that politics in itself is not a dirty game. As many commentators insist, it is rather the faithless, self-serving schemes and plot of many in the system that should be condemned as dirty, and not the process itself. Like many of us in this auditorium, I see politics as a noble venture, for it offers us the platform to shape society in pursuance of higher ideals. It was never intended to be a money-making shortcut, but charlatans and persons with limited career successes. When about 12 years ago, many of us from Abia, this is a direct instance at this point. When about 12 years ago, many of us from Abia made the decision to jump into political fray in a decisive battle for the soul of the state, several well-intentioned individuals, including family members, raised serious concerns and advised us to reconsider. Many had insisted at the time that it was dangerous gamble because they understood the system to be deeply flawed and set up to offer undue advantage to those who had mastered the science of hoodwinking in public. When the 2015 election result was rigged against us, we got several "I told you so" whips and stares. The outcome in 2019 further weakened the opposition and appeared to have validated the cynical disposition of our friends. But then we were well equipped, prepared for the marathon, and when many thought we would give up, we returned to the field again in 2023, prepared to give it another go. Like in all things, the power of persistence prevailed, and the resistance ultimately melted. A friend sent a text recently after returning to Aba for the first time in about 20 years. The text reads, quote, "Thank you for not giving up. I am struggling to believe that this is the same Aba that I left in frustration in 2005. Everything looks different. I can now confirm that the media has indeed not done proper justice to the mind-boggling transformational and social reengineering that had taken place in this city over the last 2 years." Closed. I replied in gratitude after a few minutes, but quietly made it clear to him that it is in our Aba electorate who kept faith with us that should be thanked for everything happening across the state. As I often say, our electoral promises and development programs would have amounted to nothing if they did not buy into it and fight for its actualization. What we have simply done is to create a governance process that channels public resources to the appropriate areas of need. Whether it is road infrastructure, urban sanitation, security, education, and healthcare delivery, the system we have put in place appreciates the central role of the people in our victory. And only way to repay and return their trust is to keep working for them. The truth of the matter, however, is that modest achievements we have recorded in Abia is no magic. It is simply the evolution of new paradigm in local governance space. The insistence that power must flow from the people, that the interest of the community should take precedence over the selfish desires of any individual or group. It is about understanding the place of the common man in the political process and building their confidence in the system so they can effectively take ownership. We owe our modest performance on infrastructure, sanitation, and public reorientation to the people, for without them, not much would have been achieved. To be clear, our point is far from ideal, but what we have done is to place a certain set of demands on ourselves and insist that we must do things differently. What we have achieved over time is that we have been able to build trust with the public. Now, the average person in the state appreciates that while we have made mistakes, as all humans do, we shall never do anything from a place of selfishness or in pursuit of wholesome objectives. Across the state, many have come to appreciate our position that taxation is the government share of the prosperity it helped to create. Presently, individuals, especially business owners, often come forward to ask what they can do to support what we are doing. This is against the conventional wisdom that the average person will want to pay nothing, or perhaps very minimal share of their income as tax. My experience over the last 2 years, however, is that if you build trust and demonstrate capacity for prudent use of resources, the resistance to payment of taxes and statutory fees will withhold down. This brings us to the objective of the resource governance, which I will simply interpret as prudence in the exploration, extraction, and application of revenues that come from trading in varieties of resources to achieve balance and cross-generational development. I will go further to outline the concept as the use of the general body of resources found within an environment to drive the prosperity of the population. Keeping our focus on extractive resources like oil and gas deposits, which are often at the center of conversation like this, one can point to countries like Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, as impressive example of how the natural resources of a nation can provide the catalytic base for its prosperity. Unfortunately, every country that leveraged its supply of natural resources to achieve prosperity for the general population, one can quickly point to 5 other countries where similar resources become an albatross to progress, instigating conflicts, environmental degradation, and inevitably poverty and despondency. I need not mention names, but we have seen or known several countries where the resource governance template is designed in ways that make sustained economic development near impossible for reasons of corruption and inefficiency, extreme rate sinking, and bureaucratic processes that limit transparency in the resources management protocol. Here in Niger Delta, it is often tempting to assume that the only natural resources found within this region are oil and gas. But there are more. The natural body of water and large mix of fish and other aquatic species, the fertile agricultural land, and the thick mangrove forest can provide a base on which the long-term prosperity of the region can be built. It is unfortunate that sufficient efforts have not been made to harness these other important resources to create wealth for the people. The extensive focus on oil and gas has taken attention of these other important resources, leading to severe economic losses, underdevelopment, and social misery. Developing these regions' non-oil riches will not only improve its output volumes and values, it will reduce economic tensions and offer individuals and households the path to sustainable wealth. This, I know, will entail enforcing strict environmental protocols for the oil industry, ramping up the environmental reclamation efforts, and a new orientation among the populace. These are very difficult demands, but who says they are unattainable? My position today, as it has always been, is that it is about time we reevaluate our development outlooks to identify several low-hanging fruits that have been ignored for decades for the lure of easy money from oil. If there's anything we have learned in nearly 7 decades of relying largely on a single resource of economic sustainability, it is the fact that while proceeds from the sale of crude oil can offer us some comfort and keep macroeconomic trade mix running, it is unlikely to drive long-term cross-sectoral growth. Beyond the Niger Delta, other parts of Nigeria also have extensive arrays of natural resources, including rich agricultural lands, that, if well developed, can free millions of our compatriots from the misery of unemployment and indignity of poverty. I am glad that attention is beginning to shift to the solid mineral sector, but I still think there is so much to be done to strengthen the governance framework in the sector to promote accountability and local participation. To rescue our agricultural sector from collapse and make the most of our land mass, there may be need to move strongly against criminal groups, weakening and wreaking havoc along the country's agricultural belt. Whatever the provocation, I'm of the considered opinion that in the light of acute food crisis facing millions of households in the country, we should begin to treat any willful harm to our farmers and their farmlands as an act of economic sabotage. On the strength of the size of our arable lands, agriculture, beyond its limited influence as a driver of menial employment in rural communities, should actually serve as a major revenue earner for the country and its farming population through export. In Africa, let me repeat what many of us may have heard severally. We are too blessed to be dependent on anyone for any form of economic assistance, whether they are packaged as conditional grants or concessionary loans. We certainly have the natural resources to supercharge our growth and build our homelands into a place of pride for the entire human community. With the continent holding an estimated 66% of the world's supply of arable land, extensive deposits of oil and gas resources in Nigeria, Angola, and Algeria, rich diamond mines in South Africa, DR Congo, and Botswana, large reserves of gold in Ghana and Mali, enormous supply of cobalt in DR Congo, tantalum deposit in Rwanda, and another generous supply of valuable minerals resources in different parts of the continent. It is mind-boggling paradox that we continue to struggle with poverty and material destitution. This is not a good time for despair and cries of lamentation. Our politics, for the main part, has betrayed us, leading to serious mismanagement of resources and perhaps created the leeway for nebulous foreign actors to sow seeds of perennial violence in the continent to create thriving black market channels that shall change the resources owners. We have to admit our failures and then ask ourselves at this conference, what is the way forward? What is the way forward? To keep the treadmill running, while the best of us, our most competent and clear-headed researchers, thinkers, and innovators are forced to seek refuge in other climes, or do we make a conscious commitment to rise as one people, bound to a common destiny to confront a system that has kept millions of our people in a difficult place? I would rather we insist that the old must give way to a new order than throw our hands up in surrender like a tribe of cowards. Let me conclude by returning to where we started, looking at politics and political participations from a different lens. Political indifference is taking a heavy toll on our continent's future. Complaining from the sidelines will no longer cut it. Our task going forward should be to start the process of mobilizing the best of us in our different communities, pursuing the messages of a new order to regular people, and working within the bounds of established laws to make a strong case for genuine change in Africa. There is no justifiable reason for the level of unemployment, poverty, and other evidence of economic distress you find within the continent. Thankfully, our case is not beyond redemption. Restoration and ascent will start when we come to a new awareness of our powers as intellectuals, opinion leaders, policymakers, and students. The next step shall be to deploy these powers effectively in working for the emergence of a new political order. The new orders should be, at the minimum, guarantee that human and material resources found in Africa are deployed fully in the service of our communities. We may have lost so much to political indifference and poor resource governance framework, but as it's titled of Chinua Achebe's 1975 work, he said, "It is still morning yet on Creation Day." What is lost is insignificant compared to what the future holds. So while the past provides clear guidance on the path not to follow, we must look to the future with courage, engage with reasons, and reject any arrangement that does not appreciate the urgency of the hour and our rest to discover what had been lost through democratic means. Effectively, we are all encouraged to seek out and work with the like minds to take ownership of political process in different corners of the continent. For that is the only way to set Africa on a new trajectory of development and prosperity. So I thank you for listening, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. A well-crafted address by a first-class, proud alumnus of the University of Port Harcourt, who is currently transforming the landscape of Abia State and also advancing politics and governance for the sustainable development of the state. And it was delivered by the President, Uniport Alumni Association, Senator Darlington Nwokocha. Because it was written by a first-class alumnus who is making impact in society and delivered by the President of the Alumni Association, I think they deserve a very loud, thunderous applause. Thank you. Even though this is not as thunderous as I expected, but it was long enough to cover for that. We told you, as we all know, this is an international conference, a truly international conference. As we are here, we even have more participants online. One of the reasons is that it's because of the industrial action. So some persons are not here, they are joining us online. Now, I have the honor of introducing our keynote for today, who is going to do the keynote speech online. I'm talking about Professor Sifamandala Zondi, Director, Institute of Pan-African Thought and Conversations, Johannesburg, South Africa. Also participating online from faraway San Diego, United States of America, is Professor Darren Q, Dean, Kroc School of Peace Studies, University of San Diego, United States of America. So can we clap for them while I welcome the Director of the Institute for the next item on the program? Director, sir.
His Excellency has given us a thesis on making politics responsive to development. And I really want us to give him an applause. Very soon we shall have Professor Zondi, the Director of the Institute of Pan-African Thought and Conversations at the University of Johannesburg, do his keynote. And then we shall have the Speaker of the River State House of Assembly come on before we take Professor Darren Q, who is the Dean, Kroc Institute of Peace Studies at the University of San Diego. And then we shall actually conclude the opening ceremonies with all of these keynote speeches and guest speakers who will also do their speaking, and then close formally the opening ceremonies, and then move on to the other presentations after the tea break. So Zondi, if you're there, please, want to have you.
Thank you. I am here. I'm here, my brother. I hope you're well. Good morning from the southern tip of of the
Professor
continent.
Zondi, you can
to all of
unmute
you.
yourself so that you can continue with the
Uh,
presentation.
I am unmuted. Can
Please
you hear me?
A co-host.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm unmuted on my side.
Please just bear with us for some seconds.
I am not, let me see. Hello, I am not muted on my side.
Yeah, Prof, you can go on. We can hear you, or we heard you.
Hello, I can hear everybody. Hello. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
We can hear you clearly, please. Go ahead, presentation.
I can proceed.
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good morning to everybody. Much appreciated. Thank you for the opportunity. A special thanks to Professor Allen for the invitation. I am just so sorry that due to clashing things, I couldn't be with you at Uniport. It would have been my great pleasure to be there, and want to greet all the honorables and excellencies and acknowledge the beautiful address, tour de force that was given on behalf of the governor. And we wish him well and we wish his leadership success. Let me also address something in relation to the conference theme. You know, when we are talking about how we might have politics that addresses sustainable development, we're actually talking about politics that improves the quality of life of people. How do we have politics that improves the conditions in which people live towards more fairer, for just system? How do we have politics and governance that changes Africa's destiny, changes Africa's situation today? How do we have just politics whose implication is to improve people's lives, transform people for better? It's a question that we've had for a long period of time, which is a question about how does power get used in a manner that improves the lives of people, on the basis that the people are the most important factor in society generally, because without people, there is no nation, without people, there is no country, without people, there is no continent. And the continent is not the land alone, it is actually people on the land. If we accept that the original idea of a citizen is that the citizen is a sovereign, we then understand that the citizen is the one who holds power, and the power is lent to a small group of people to exercise it on behalf of the rest of the people. Then politics becomes a exercise in the interest of the people. Now, in this particular age, we are identifying one key element, one key barrier to that kind of politics. And for the last couple of details, we've been talking about how politics and power was framed under colonial rule in a manner that it cannot be usable fully and comprehensive and effectively after colonial rule. So we are saying that there is a colonial logic to power and politics that needs to be removed so that we can deliver power and politics out of the colonial logic and into a purely decolonial, purely post-colonial, fully liberated use of it. When we say it is colonial, we say it reproduces poverty, it reproduces injustice, it reproduces inequality, it by design reproduces unfairness, it reproduces inequality and a hierarchical structure of society. It is this model of power and this model of politics that we need to remodel, because if you rename it without remodeling, it continues to achieve the old purpose under a new name. If you reallocate it and give it to Black people without de-witching it, without detoxifying it, it produces the same old purpose under new hands. If you decentralize it to localities and local government, it continues to do the logic at the local level. But also if we centralize it without detoxifying it, remodeling it, it produces the same end. Even if you reform it without removing the logic, it produces the same aim. Now, as a field of study, if you teach it with greater energy in an African language, and you teach it with new examples, greater use of technology, but without removing the colonial logic, it tends to produce the same results. So even if you change the teachers from white to Black, change the teachers from male to female, change the teachers from urban to rural, background, countryside, if the logic has not been changed, it tends to produce the same results. Now, a car that has been a runaway car and has been marauding and destroying people's lives, and it is a white car, when we change it into blue without changing the mechanics of its engine, it continues to do what the white car was doing. Now, that's the point. Now, how do we decolonize this politics and decolonize this power so that we are able to deliver politics that delivers sustainable development, that we have power that can be used to uplift and improve the lives of people? And that has been the question of our time. It's a big question. There's no easy answers. It has no easy solution, but it is a question we cannot avoid. How do we detoxify the toxic power and politics that we inherited from those who designed it for that end? How do we remodel it rather than simply include ourselves in it? How do we remodel it? Now, it seems to me that we have to rethink it at the same time as we reteach it. So we have to teach it differently. We have to teach it with awareness. We have to teach it in a manner that makes possible the change that we are looking at, while we are researching how to rethink it, how to re-explain it, how to rewrite about it, how to present it anew. We have to do both at the same time, and allow me to focus a little bit on how we teach it and how we learn it in the classroom, so that we may have a different experience in the classroom of life, which is politics. Be that security politics, be that resource politics, be that developmental politics, be that public politics, private politics, whatever it is. How do we do it? Now, researching politics requires us to decolonize it. It requires us to discover and identify logics in it that look innocent and that look normal and that look unproblematic, but whose implication is problematic. If you think, for example, the already embedded assumption that politics is hierarchical leads to a situation where politics is a competition of death, is a competition that requires others to die so that somebody else must rise, others to fail so somebody else to that. So competitive politics is not necessarily a natural way of doing politics, but it's a learned way of doing politics, because that requires losers and winners. And the losers and winners are not related to improvement in the lives of people, but are related to the battle between the titans. And that doesn't help us. That doesn't help the Africans, that we have the most competitive politics on the African continent. We have 500 political parties in some cases, and you have really competitive politics and tough language and stuff. All of it is a game. Politics becomes a game, but that politics is not about improving the lives of people. It's not competition over who can improve the life of the people better. Even if it was that, it would still be destructive, because we don't need to choose one over the other models of chosen problem, but we have to find a way to get all of them to be used at the same time, because South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Ethiopia cannot wait for them in succession, that today we use party A, B to provide solution, and after 10 years, we have another party to avoid solution, but our problems are now and they are urgent. If we can get party A, B, and party C, D, the party K, G, and party A, and D all work together to solve the problem at the same time, then we would have changed and rethought politics. And therefore, this a version of democratic politics is about competition leads to a zero-sum game, and it produces zero results. And that is it. So as we decolonize politics, we need to also Africanize politics. We have to look back and say, for centuries, African politics delivered life for many people. How did it do it? What kind of politics, what kind of model of politics was played before colonial witchcraft that bewitched the politics and produced the politics we now have? In my part of the world, it was the politics of cooperation, where a leader of a community would sit under a baobab tree and call all the other leaders and other heads of households together to resolve a particular issue, usually sitting in a round shape. And in that round shape, there was no one higher than the other. In that round shape, there were no speakers and listeners, but everybody could speak. The story will move around the circle, and the leader of the area, who's sometimes in English called chief, will then summarize the wisdom of the community and use it to solve the problem, instead of choosing that family over that family, which is what democratic politics is. They will use the wisdom of everybody, and the leader's duty is to summarize what comes from everybody, whether they like the idea of person so and so and dislike the idea of person so. Their duty is to include all the ideas and use collective wisdom in order to move. That was the politics played in my particular part of the world and in many parts of the continent world. And that an idea where you use collective wisdom, we don't include anyone. But the idea we have now is the one where you have senators and then you have citizens. The one we had before is the one where you have a collective leader and then everybody being equal in the community. So we need to decolonize and Africanize this politics as we do so. And we need to, in teaching politics, we must also do decolonizing politics and Africanizing politics. What do I mean? We must teach it in a way that reveals the weaknesses of the current way of politics and model of power, and also to identify some of the wisdom of the African experiences, especially ancient African experiences, that can be used to solve the problems of today. And therefore, we cannot longer teach politics simply as if it was unproblematic, teach politics simply passing on information we got from others to go that. Secondly, in doing so, we need to, which is thirdly, with doing so, we must think about whether we are teaching politics in political science in Africa, or we are teaching African political science. Is this politics African in the sense that it is being taught in Africa, but it comes from elsewhere? Is it an import? Or is it African politics in the sense that it is using the African experiences and African knowledge and African philosophies and African models in order to teach the world about how to do politics? Are we teaching politics so that Africa contributes to the world problems? Or we're teaching African politics in the sense that we are imposing ideas from elsewhere onto the African conditions? Now, when we talk about when we teach democracy, are we teaching Western democracy in Africa? Are we teaching the world African democracy? That's something we need to think about, because if we are importing political science from elsewhere and force feed African kids with it, then we are no better than political leaders, some of the political leaders who exported African oil, exported African gold, exported African materials, only for us to import a finished product. It is just the same. Am I teaching realism, idealism, constructivism? Am I teaching all of those to African kids? Or am I teaching them African concepts of meetings, African concept of decision-making, African concept of dialogue, and use them to explain the world so that whoever looks at things in the world can take constructivism and realism from the West and take African concept in the world, and then Africa is enriching the world. That is what we have to ask ourselves. But I see a lot of people writing and using Western theories to try and impose them on the African continent, and only using African data to export it to validate Western theories. It's something that is a real problem. That is what keeps us from moving and keeps us from going. There is a history to the current problems, and that's very key in us understanding where things are. The problems we have right now have a particular history, and that history has to be understood so that we are able to solve it. And therefore, a historical perspective on our problem will help us to understand it. When we are researching politics, we should remember the history, not just the short history, but the long duration of history, going back 300, 400, 500 years back from now, and situate the challenge. When you talk about African conflict, it should not just be about what has happened in the past few decades, but it has to be how it has happened to the very idea of African community, very idea of African solutions of problem, and all of those things that has produced the current problem. Now, this history relates in many ways to three collective ideas. The first idea is the idea of power. There is a history that changed the idea of power from an idea of power as a enabling and including many people in a circle that keeps expanding as more people arrive, to the idea of power as a hierarchy, which forces people to move up the hierarchy, where few people can occupy the top, which means many people must of necessity drop off along the way. And you use the logic of competition to cause people to drop off and all of that, and the idea of exclusion to cause people to drop off away. That model of power has been with us for about 400 years now. It's a young, very young idea of power, but it has become so embedded in us that we've come to think of it as normal. We have normalized it. As a result, we've continued to keep the design of a state as a hierarchy where the majority of people are at the bottom. They're only needed for voting. They're only needed for protest. They're only needed for most basic duties, and they're not used in building a proper society. Institutions such as political parties, institutions of society are built around that logic of power as a hierarchy. Even the culture that has evolved in society is built around the notion of power as that. The second idea of history is a being. The history has changed what does it mean to be? What does it mean to be a human being? What is a human being? Now, the being in this logic is also caught up in a logic of hierarchy. The history, especially colonial history, has normalized inequality, and it simply explains it, and simply legitimizes it, and simply rationalizes it. So we've come to accept that people are not equal, and that there will always be few people who succeed. There will always be few people at the top. There will always be few people who have their being fully, and the rest are in a lifelong battle to try and become and try and arrive, but they never arrive. It's a facade. Now, this idea of being as a regime, a hierarchical regime, has led to a situation where being citizen means to sit down and wait for somebody to deliver things for you. Being citizen is to be disempowered. To be citizen is to be not a leader, because in this logic, there is a leader and there's a citizen. But in the indigenous African logic, there's no leader, there's no citizen. All are leaders helping the king to lead. That is why a very common saying throughout Central Africa, in East Africa, in Southern Africa, I know very, very much for a fact, it says a king is a king through people. So the king requires the people around them in order to lead. So they lead together with them. This colonial logic of being has instrumentalized identity, has created identities that are identities of unequal people. So that when as a Zulu, it's not just an identity, but it's a statement of my location. It is also inviting me into a battle with others so that I dominate them or they dominate me. So it's a complete facade. It's a complete destructive idea of being. It also means the agents of human beings is also killed, because a vast majority of human beings in a hierarchy are not needed for anything, so they are passive. Only a few have got to have power to do, have the legitimacy to do, have the dignity to do, have the integrity to do. That's a real problem. The last idea, let us change, is the idea of knowledge. From knowledge as being collectively held by everybody, to knowledge being held by so-called teachers, by so-called lecturers, by so-called professors, and by the elite generally. When knowledge is held by everybody. Secondly, when there is no knowledge, but there are knowledges, and there are many knowledges right around everywhere. But the current system requires us to affirm one knowledge, and usually that knowledge is the knowledge from the West, and is knowledge in the form of the West, is the knowledge that places the West at the center. And we are just joining in to validate what is there. So the curriculum is used to select what is knowledge and what is not knowledge. And who gives somebody a right to decide what is knowledge and what is not knowledge? What if I know something? Why should it be validated by a small group of people? But it's because the logic of power is control. It's control, exclusion, and competition. The school become a training ground for citizens who will become subservient later, because the school says your knowledge from the village is not needed. Learn the new knowledge which comes from the West through an African teacher. So the idea of us being used to indoctrinate fellow Africans is an old idea. The school exists for that. The university also exists for that. And we even named it university. The West named it university for one simple reason, because you needed a system that built a universe, not a multiverse, so that everybody fits into this one universe, which becomes a eye of a needle, which becomes a valley of the shadow of death. Everybody lives their universes and join a universe. Everybody live their versions of life in order to form one universe. So the basic duty of a university is to affirm one version of the world, universe, and therefore destroy other versions of the world. And that idea of knowledge destroyed us up to this point. Now, decolonizing means change, shifting from the idea of universe to an idea of a pluriversal world, a multiversal world. To move from the idea of a universal being, one form of being where everybody is a carbon copy of another, to a pluriversal idea of humans. Allow Africans to exist as Africans. Allow Africans to exist in their own way, and allow Asians to, allow Europeans to. Europeans should not feel that their ability to exist is linked to them imposing their way of existence on everybody else, and that is it. The university must become a pluriversity or a multiversity. So where people are exposed to various ways of being and various ways of doing and various ways of living, so that they become better human beings in future. So to decolonize is to detoxify the inherited. It's just to decommission a system that was built. It is a hidden system in things that look innocent on the outside, but they are really destructive and brutal on the inside. They look normal on the outside, but they are colonizing on the inside. It is to transform, and transform is to move something from one form to another, whereas to reform is to change the covering of something without changing its form. But we need to transform. We don't need a British colonial government to be renamed Nigerian government, but that is to reform. It must actually become Nigerian in essence, which means it must change in its form from being a replica of the London government to be closer to what the indigenous systems in Nigeria are. Then you transform. If you don't transform, you are simply repainting. You are repainting a tiger that has been harassing community and repainting it to a nice color without changing what it is. It means diversifying, which means allow various versions of politics, of power, of ways of doing things to coexist. It is to liberate, which is to free it up of the strictures of colonialism, which is why our liberation in Africa is still waited for. We have not yet achieved liberation because we have not liberated our systems from that which was designed to keep us from moving. Now, how do we conduct in-classroom education in a manner that will be more ethical, more empathic, more transformational, more critical, and more empowering for citizens? That's one of the questions we must face in the world. How ethical are the choices that I make in class? How empathic is my things that I teach in class? How transformational are, how critical are? Do they empower people or they disempower them? They perpetuate the old and inherited Western system that is never designed to empower us, but designed to detain us. That's a big political question facing every teacher of politics in the classroom today. How to move towards a system where everybody that is involved in the classroom, both so-called lecturers and everybody else, are working together. Everybody brings something from their world in order to help build a society that we actually need. How do we make that possible? First, we need to think about who we are in the whole thing. There is no change of education without the change of the educator. The educator, we need to change. We shouldn't be going around changing curriculum when we have not changed ourselves. So it begins with positionality, which is, it begins with what we call critical reflections, which is critically asking questions about who are you, Sipamandla? What has influenced you? What is your relationship with the colonial ways of doing things? What do you think about the change beyond that? How are you implicated? What are your biases that you bring in here? What have you inherited? Have you been bewitched by the system? Can you then be trusted to change things if you are yourself a bewitched person? So it requires that critical self-reflections in order to reposition ourselves. And I'm quoting here a great scholar who says, I cannot be a teacher if I do not perceive with even greater clarity that my practice demand of me a definition of where do I stand? Where do I as a teacher stand? Where do I as Omololu stand? Who is Omololu? And what are they, where do they stand in relation to life? So that we don't assume that you are African when we are actually just a European in African clothes. Then we don't assume that you belong with us, you believe in justice, when you are actually part of the unjust system. It also means a break with what is not right ethically. I must choose between one thing and another. That's what Paulo Freire says. It's important for me as a teacher to choose. I can't, if I don't choose, I then am choosing by default what is dominant right now, which is the Western political science that has not solved the problems of Africa in the past 70 years, will not solve them in the next 100 years. Because an African proverb says, borrowed waters won't quench your thirst. It will fill up your stomach to bulging even, but it will not quench your thirst. We need to encourage mutual learning and transparent encounters as part of our positionality, so that part of the positionality I must take is the one where I, as Sipamandla Zondi, as a professor in class, I must come to class also coming to learn, because some students have been shepherds in the past. Some students have grown up with an old man in the village. Some students have had experience. They must also come and teach us in class. But the colonial logic says I must shut them out. They must all listen to me, because I also am using borrowed knowledge, which is not also mine, but it's knowledge from Manchester University. That must end. We need to have transparent encounters, which then says, I'm able to admit to my class that there are certain things I don't know. I'm able to admit to my class that because of the colonial education, I never got exposed to indigenous way. It needs transparent encounters. It needs just people. We need people who are humble enough to get things done. But colonial logic requires us to be arrogant, even in our ignorance. And that's a part of the problem. The second thing that must change is the organization of space. Political science classes have got to think about how does space that we use condition how we do. How does the fact that my classes are in four corners building, and my class has a podium which is a little elevated and it's in front, everybody else is in one side, they all face me. What does that do in terms of conditioning of our lives? How does that differ from the African setting where people sat under a tree in a round shape? There was no one who was in front of another. There was no one who was behind another. There was no one who was in an elevated position, and there was no one who was in front of another. So how do we rethink the space? How do we define the lines physically and cognitively? Because the lines that start physically imprint themselves into our minds. How do we reseat ourselves? How do we change the way we sit, even if we don't do it physically? How do we turn that in our mind? How do we unfreeze these frozen power relations in space that cause me to think that I'm the giver of knowledge all the time, and the others are only just the consumers of knowledge in the classroom? How do I change that? Because that's not an African logic of life. The idea of class as a circle rather than an auditorium, what does that mean? What does it mean where there are movable chairs? I ask everybody to move into a circle. I sit somewhere in the circle. They also sit in a circle. What does it do to their human value, to their human density, to their identity, to their understanding of what it means to build a society in future, to their role as a father later on in life? What does it mean to have that logic, which is the indigenous logic of space? What is wrong with the indigenous use of space? What is right with the Western use of space as squares, with lines, with elevated spaces? What is right about that? What is right with auditorium? Because auditorium simply means the majority of people in the room are audio. They are listening. One person is speaking. What is good with that logic? What do we lose from the fact that one person is speaking and everybody else is quiet? What do we lose? What do we gain even? The possibility of spaces where that everyone can navigate is something we have to explore. What does it mean in my classroom? As I teach the future politicians, the future leaders of society, what does it mean if I use spaces that are navigable? Because students in the class learn both from what is said and from what they observe and from the practices of the classroom. What does it mean to decolonize the space? The third thing is the curriculum. We need to change the curriculum, the content of what we teach. It has to be anti-dominative. It must be a curriculum that rejects domination of anyone by anyone. It must be anti-hierarchy. It must move towards a more secular, cyclical order of life. This is about exit outcome. We must define together with my students, what do we want to get out of class? I must not be the paragon of wisdom who's going to decide what we're going to get out of class. What gives me that right? Which God made me be so much better than them that I must define the outcome? Why do I do education that is in my interest as a professor and not in their interest when I'm just one and they are 50? What? It's completely and fundamentally unjust of me to close out a space from them to define what they want out of education. After all, education is for them. It is them that are going to use it into the future. It must be a curriculum that's oriented against domination, against violence, against alienation, and against extraversion. Extraversion is that practice of exporting African data and importing European theories. It must be an orientation that is against all of that. It must foreground the crucial contributions from the margins. That child who comes from a very poor family, their crucial contribution must be heard, because their poverty can teach me much more than I can ever teach, because they learned from experience. And I need to affirm that. I need to bring what they did. They've been shepherding goats throughout their young age. They started school late. And that experience cannot be ruled out of class. It's an experience that can enrich everybody so that everybody around the circle has a possibility of contributing. I must envisage participation in a dynamic environment, that they participate not at my invitation, not at the end of the class, but throughout the class. So the classroom practices becomes conversations in class, and it becomes convivial rather than alienating and toxic and intimidating. We need that, and we need that a lot. Now, just wanted to say that the curriculum relates to what is chosen as knowledge in class, and I must make sure that the knowledge I choose in class is not just Western knowledge, but of course it's Western knowledge, it's Asian knowledge, it's African knowledge, and not that none of them must dominate the class. I'm a good teacher if I'm able to draw all these experiences for an issue, so that everybody benefits from a variety when we are making diversity a reality. Thirdly, it's the agency of classroom participants. What is the role of my students? What if they want us to try something new? Am I open to that, or I am so uneducated that I want to only teach what I read in the textbook and Google, or I have been myself empowered enough to be willing to hear new things that I never prepared for? That part of the problem. To exist is to resist. I mean, for them to exist, they have to resist domination. Am I going to defend the colonial system against them, or am I going to join them and enable them to resist so that there will be people who are innovative, people who are creative, who produce new solutions for our countries and for our economies going forward? If they say that I can't breathe because you are superimposing, you are forcing me with knowledge from my enemy, you are force feeding me information from my enemy. All that I see here says white people think, black people don't think. Am I able to listen to them when they say I can't breathe? Am I able to do that? Or have I become oblivious of my own inability to breathe because I'm busy breathing colonial knowledge, using colonial language and stuff like that? What about creating conditions that care, conditions of care, conditions of empathy, conditions of cooperation in class, so that nobody dies through my class psychologically, spiritually, and all of that? We need liberating encounters in the classroom. We need empowering classes. So this is a pedagogy, therefore, what we are talking about in closing, it's a pedagogy of humility in place of the pedagogy of arrogance that we have learned from the system. It's also a pedagogy of love and justice in place of the pedagogy of power and control. It is pedagogy of the will to live, not a pedagogy of the will to power, of the will to dominate. It is a pedagogy of coexistence, and that is what we've been calling for. If we are able to do this, then we may produce a political class, a model of politics, a notion of power that will lead to sustainable development, not the one that perpetuates neo-colonial quagmire that we've been caught out in. I hope this stimulates some thought in somebody to think about how practically we change, how we teach politics, and how we live politics, and how we research politics. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Wow, wow. Let's put our hands together again for Professor Zondi. This is actually a world-class lecture. Actually a world-class lecture. While Professor Zondi was presenting his lecture, the Vice Chancellor, the Digital Vice Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, the 9th Vice Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, the student acclaimed Vice Chancellor, Professor Owunari Abraham Georgewill is here with us. Let's put our hands together as we recognize him. Professor Zondi, while he was giving his lecture, I was itching. You know, he made very remarkable statements. And it is time for Africa to decolonize knowledge. It is time for Africa to decolonize politics and learning. I'm not fit to give a summary of Professor Zondi's lecture. So I'll be calling on the Director of Politics, Professor Fidelis Allen, to just give a brief summary of Professor Zondi's lecture. Prof, sir?
Zondi, Zondi might want to take some questions, but let me quickly say, Zondi has emphasized as a matter of sustainable development the need for decolonization of knowledge systems in Africa. And the truth is, knowledge system in Africa has relied so much on Western knowledge. Our definition of development has been essentially what Western knowledge has told us. And I think that is the bottom line of Zondi's arguments. How do we move Africa forward? The concepts, the methods that scholars in Africa have used, political scientists in Africa have used, have been essentially what they've been told to use. And these concepts do not have roots in Africa. Most of these concepts have roots in Western cultures. And so if we must move to the next level, we have to be able to interrogate some of these concepts and methods. If we look critically into Zondi's argument, we find that the knowledge that has been produced to guide policy has even been problematic. Because if knowledge is produced from the perspective of the West, and such knowledge is not neutral in terms of ideology, we are likely to have policies that do not reflect the needs of Africa. And that is the point. So we have a different reality. We need to look inwards. And so he comes down to the issue of teaching, the issue of learning, the curriculum. So we need to have a system that takes into consideration curriculum, contents that reflect the actual need of the people. And I think that is the point. So how do we make learning, make teaching responsive to the needs of society? How do we make politics responsive to the needs of society? I think these are the critical questions. Africa needs to move beyond the level that we are, and teachers have a role to play. Scholars have a role to play. Researchers have a role to play. Zondi, I think that you might need to take so many questions, but we may have to take down those questions. Maybe we should just take one or two and then take the rest and communicate you with them.
Yeah.
Are you ready to take
several
questions? Okay. So we take just two questions.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Ambrose Egwim. While presenting your lecture, my mind was roaming around the continents in the world to see what they are doing differently that will make us think that African education is colonized. But while checking and going around, I noticed that almost everywhere in the whole world, the system runs the same. And in your argument, you said that the curriculum, the colonization is not about the curriculum, but about, and I start to wonder what the decolonization should be all about. Like in 2-3 PowerPoint, what does it actually mean to say that African education is still colonized and needed to be decolonized? That's my question. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Emmanuel. I'm from UWC Cape Town. Dr. Zonde, Professor Zonde, that was a very interesting presentation. But I'm just kind of based on what you said, that our data from Africa is used to conduct studies in the Western world. I think you need to just kind of elaborate more on that, because if they have to use our data to analyze, to conduct studies in the Western world, and then send the data back to us to use here in kind of colonizing our education system. So I just want you to kind of give me a little explanation in how our data could assist them in the Western world. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Professor Matthew Ogale. I want to ask a question. In Africa, the idea of a revolution is a plague that nobody wants to identify with. We've heard about the Chinese Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the American Revolution, the French Revolution, and all kinds of revolutions that transformed those societies. How do we transform our society? How do we transform our politics? How do we decolonize our learning and teaching processes, the development of our society without a revolution? That's my question.
Okay, the last question, please. Dr. Lizzie, the last question, please.
All protocol duly observed. Thank you so much, sir. That was simply awesome. Your lecture was down to earth, sir. I want to commend you, sir. Thank you. But my concern, all you said is amazing. And we can look around us in our society and begin to see all of that. You talked about creating a condition for cooperation and the space. When you talked about space, and it dawned on me, can we come to that level when you talked about the auditorium and the cycle, the sitting position, and how in the dissemination of knowledge, how the student can easily assimilate. Now, sir, you remember the anthems in the old anthem where democracy was defined, where everybody come to the cycle, come to the square. If this square is to be maintained from your point of view, sir, do you think there will not be a rumbling in the cycle? Sir, do you understand what I'm saying? You are laughing because you get it. Thank you so much, sir. If we all come together and we learn in a cycle without having to put the auditorium where the student teach and you are saying that this is the Western idea, that our idea in Africa is actually that we all sit around and then bring up idea and think, and everybody's concept and idea is carried along. So do you think it will be a right setting where we all sit in a cycle and disseminate and teach knowledge? Thank you, sir, as you look into this. Thank you.
So Sunday, over to you.
Yeah. No. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. But remember, Professor Zondi is not a paragon of wisdom who is just transferring information to people who must simply soak up the information. That would be to recolonize. Professor Zondi is provoking some thought. We disagree, agree, for as long as some innovation is produced by that. It will be a tragedy if it is simply agreement to keep the current system that has failed. But it must be disagreement to say, I think change could come this way for me. Like the idea of revolutions, it's been touted as one way in which change will happen, is if we have a revolution. And some parts of the world had a fortune of having revolution. Europeans had civilization revolutions over a period of about 30 years. And those revolutions, one after the other, changed them and others. So that's a possibility. Some revolutions are noisy revolutions some revolutions are silent revolutions, but they are happening. That's one option. It is okay. Madam, cooperation sitting, will it be rowdy? I think so. I think the classroom might be rowdy. I think the classroom might see a lot more noise. The classroom might lose order. We call it order. But the order we talk about there is similar to the idea of law and order. Not order as in discipline. It's order in the sense of, it's order when it is me talking alone and it's me choosing who must speak. And therefore I feel I'm in control of things. Then it's an order. What if life requires some element of disorder for things to move? I'm a child of a village. And then every time we had to put a span of oxen in order to plant my grandmother's the fields, it was messy, it was chaotic, it was dirty, but it produced food for us. There was a logic in there. This idea that things must be neat and it's almost like not having spilled water in a lab, but hoping to produce innovation. Anyone who knows innovation, anyone who goes anywhere, if you go to the original factory of Samsung where they make phones, you will not be able to sit in that place. It's so messy, but it produces a beautiful phone. There's a logic in this mess and all that. So maybe we need to rattle things up a little bit so that we create possibilities for people to participate. There is a measure of chaos, perhaps, that is needed to disrupt this order, because this order, we've had it for over 70 years. It has produced nothing for us. It produced people who keep order in society, and that order makes them rich, and the rest of us suffer and try to produce stuff. The idea, my brother, of ideas from Africa maybe teaching the world. I am just thinking, just think about it. If we meet in London, there is an African, there is a European, there is an Asian, there's a Latin American. I think my attitude in that meeting must be, this is what Africa is bringing to our common task to fix the problem of the world. Right now, it's not so. Right now, I come to say, this is what London with a Nigerian case study is bringing. This is what Belgium with a Burundian case study is bringing. I still speak on behalf of Belgium when I should be speaking on behalf of the African Court. I remember being asked by Chinese in a meeting, so what is an African perspective? Because everything that everybody was saying there was simply just Western. It was like, it felt like you did not come from Africa. There was nothing that says you came from Africa except your skin color and your clothes. But what we were saying was completely from the West. Why do we need you then? We would rather not keep you out of this conversation and get it from the West directly, if it's just a mimic of it. So we then are under pressure to say to the world, we have ideas that can solve the food security problem. It is the idea of collective agriculture. It comes from our culture. It comes from our way. This is how we do it. Maybe we cannot replicate how it was done, but we can take the principles of it. But we are making a contribution produced by our environment. Instead of now going repeat what the Western is doing in the, what's the point? Why should they listen to me? I am saying sometimes we don't see these things because we have been taught not to see what is good out of our experiences. Because many of us are not reading about our indigenous life. We're not reading about how things, we're not reading ancient African poems. We're not reading ancient African ideas that have now been disappeared by the system. In order to distill out of their ways of solving a conflict, ways of solving a water problem, and distill out of that, at least we should not fail to try. We must fail while trying and get those ideas. That's what I mean. So when I meet a South Korean, for example, South Korea's agriculture was transformed by an idea, they call it Samel Udong. Samel Udong is not a British idea. It's not an American idea. It's a Korean idea about how to produce food in their conditions, given the monsoon, given the earthquake-prone areas, within the mountainous areas. It's their indigenous idea. They adopt certain things from Europe, but they also bring things from their indigenous system. That's what I mean. My brother says it doesn't see anything different when it goes to the world. That's a danger, isn't it? And if you go to the West, you will see what we do because we replicate what is in the West. But if you go to South Korea in real sense, if you go to South Korea, you go to Japan, and you go to China, and you see how their things are different. And then I look at how they teach politics in China with all those pictures of the village and the stuff. That it's not how we teach politics. We teach politics the way it's taught in the US, it's taught in London. So if you think about it, the Asians have been much better at drawing from their experience in order to do what it is. One of the reasons China is hated is that it's not replicating the things of the West, but it's able to develop beyond the West. And that is what I think we need to consider going forward. Thank you very much.
Please, can we put our hands together once again for Professor Zondi? Thank you so much, sir. That was very spot on. Thank you. At this point, we want to get into another section of the program. And but before I do that, I want to recognize the presence of the head of Department Political Science, Professor Matthew Ogale. Thank you, sir. I want to appreciate the patience of the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, who has been with us here from when we started. And he has, patiently sat down listening to all the sessions. At this point, it is my rare privilege and honor to invite to make his speech the Speaker of the House of Assembly, Rivers State, Right Honorable Martin Chike Amewule, to make his speech.
His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Abia State, ably represented, the Vice Chancellor, the chairperson of this conference, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by thanking the organizing team for allowing me to man the rostrum this afternoon and to be part of this conference, this international conference on advancing politics and governance for sustainable development. I want to say that I'm deeply honored, and I bring you greetings from principal officers and members of the Rivers State House of Assembly that are informed that I'll be here today to be part of this conference. They've asked me to convey their best wishes to the Vice Chancellor and staff of the University of Port Harcourt. That said, I've been asked to speak as a guest speaker, and the focus of my speech this afternoon is the legislature as development force in democracy, lessons from Rivers State. I would have been surprised too if this conference on advancing politics and governance for sustainable development would have started and ended without any input from the legislature. I've been a legislator since 2004. I've been part of Obiakpo Local Government Council as a councillor and a presiding officer for 2 terms. And this is about my 4th term in the Rivers State House of Assembly, and today presiding officer of the House, the 10th Assembly of Rivers State. And I think that the organizing team that asked me to be part of this conference, they didn't make any mistake, because I do understand the importance of the legislature in any democratic setting. The legislature truly is a symbol of democracy and occupies a central position in any modern democratic setting. It determines the direction of public policy and pace of development in any democratic setting. There is therefore need to look at how the legislature has impacted on governance, and we will take lessons from our experience here in Rivers State. I know a lot of people will have all kinds of feelings or perception about the legislature. And in fact, generally speaking, about those who manage the affairs of our states or even our nation. And I think that the expectations from the legislature has been enormous. A lot of people expect so much, but we do agree that there is still a yawning gap between expectation and what the legislature has been able to realize. But let me, before proceeding with the core of what I intend to say, give a brief about what the legislature is. The etymology of the term legislature is Latin, and the root is leg, which means law, and lacho, which means the place. So the legislature is a place where laws are made. Another term closely related to the legislature is the parliament, and the parliament is a French word meaning parler, and parler means deliberation, to deliberate. So if you put both together, the legislature is a place where people deliberate, and that's exactly what we do in the Rivers State House of Assembly, and of course any other legislature anywhere in the world. And the central piece of my speech this afternoon has to do with the legislature as development force in a democracy. But the term or the concept development is one word that has been misused by a lot of people. When people mention the word development, different things come to their mind. In fact, I want to say If you ask the woman inside my one market selling oranges, you tell her about development, she has a view about what development is. You ask the pastor in the church, what is development? The pastor will tell you what development is, looking at the Bible. You ask the lecturer in the Faculty of Social Sciences, what is development? Of course, you know our lecturers will take you through several concepts about what development is, and by the time you're done, quotations from what Walter Rodney talked about development will come up. But for us in the legislature, we also know what we look at when we want to make laws, what we intend to achieve, because we look at these things side by side with what our constituents expect from us. One will naturally want to look at development as maybe building roads, bridges, flyovers, and maybe schools and hospitals, but it doesn't end there. Development is far more than just the infrastructure we see everywhere. It cuts across expectations from our constituents, from the people. And these expectations vary depending on who you are talking to. So, but development is one of the most contested concepts, like I said, in social sciences. Initially, it was narrowly defined in terms of economic growth, but contemporary understandings incorporates human welfare, empowerment, and sustainability. And I want to say that development, therefore, must be understood as a holistic process that combines economic growth, social inclusion, institutional strength, and environmental sustainability. It should be all-encompassing. I know that as I proceed, I will be able to say a few things that are very crucial about how we look at development. I attended a program in Abuja recently organized by a civil society organization from Germany, and all the speakers of the State Houses of Assembly were present. And this issue of development came up. I heard a lot of my colleagues coming up with their own idea of what needs to be done to fill the gap side by side with expectations from our people. You will marvel at the kind of things we heard. In fact, somebody said that the staff strength of his assembly, by the time he was speaker, was about 150. But that the pressure has been so much on him to allow the Assembly Service Commission to employ more people. And he announced to us, shockingly, that he has been able to increase the staff strength of the assembly to 800 because the pressure is so much and many people need to be employed, people need jobs, people need salaries. So for him, somehow the state is developing. It sounds funny, but somehow that's a perception from someone who believes that employment will fill the gap and the problems will be solved in that regard. But let me take us back to Rivers State, because we said we are going to take lessons from Rivers State. As we all know, Rivers State is one of the states in the Federation of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, one of the 36 states and the FCT. We have 23 local government areas. We have 32 state constituencies, 13 federal constituencies, and of course, 3 senatorial zones. The Rivers State House of Assembly has had 10 assemblies in all. This is the 10th assembly of which I'm the speaker. And the first assembly actually commenced in 1979. We're in 2025, and I'm the speaker and the 10th speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly. Now, back to the central part of my speech. Is the legislature actually a development force in our democracy? And I'm asking myself, I'm also asking everybody seated here today. I'm sure if you are given the microphone, you have what you will say. Some will say that we have been wasting our time. Some will even rise and say that the legislature in Nigeria, particularly at the subnational level, is actually, in quotes, what people normally say, rubber stamp. That's what most people are used to. Once they hear the legislature say, oh, rubber stamp people. Anything from the executive, they stamp it, good, and then they expect that life moves on at that point. But I want to say that truly the legislature is indeed a force of development. And I must say, with all sense of sincerity, that I've been part of the Rivers State House of Assembly, and I can tell from experience, from my participation over time. But what does the legislature do? Who is a legislator? What does a legislator do? Or what does the legislature, as an arm of government, do for the people, or as part of government? Three cardinal functions of every legislature. One, lawmaking. The other is oversight. And the third is representation. When it comes to lawmaking, there are processes, the lawmaking process is there, which involves the people. And there are stages in making laws. We have, I don't want to bore you because of time, but you have the first reading, the second reading. Of course, at the second reading, you have the committee stage where you have the public hearings, where we ask our people to make their contributions. With their input, we collate the ideas and come up with what the committee will submit as a report. After the third reading, of course, the bill is passed and then sent to the governor for his assent. Now, that is one function of the legislature. The other has to do with oversight. Oversight means all the laws passed over time. What does the legislature do about it? Do you just make laws and go home to sleep? Certainly not. You make laws, including the budget. You go ahead to ensure that there is oversight, to find out whether the executive is actually implementing the laws. The other has to do with representation. Representation means trying to convey the wishes and aspirations of those you represent back to government and governmental bodies. So that is exactly what legislators do. But here in the Rivers State House of Assembly, we have done quite a lot over time in ensuring that there is equitable resource allocation through budgeting. So all appropriation laws of the Rivers State House of Assembly are laws that are meant to ensure equitable distribution of resources. Funds coming from the federation accounts, funds from internally generated revenue, how are they applied from the consolidated revenue account of the states, revenue fund of the states? How do you apply them to sectors like education, health? How do you ensure that you address issues of infrastructure, roads, and others? We also ensure that there's policy advocacy and agenda setting through motions, debates, and resolutions. But let me say something very crucial here, which is very important to me. I know by the time I bow out as the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, I will do so with my shoulders high, because I know our federation, Nigeria, will not forget me in a hurry. Nigeria will not forget me in a hurry. And I say so because we have ensured that the narrative is changed. This idea of seeing the legislature as just, in quotes, rubber stamp. And let me say something. I hope I have the time to just briefly say this. You recall, I don't know if some of us will remember, sometime in 2024, when we had this Rivers State Local Government Amendment Bill, we were talking about how to allow for continuity and disallow a vacuum, whenever the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission is unable to conduct local government elections. Go through the 1999 Constitution as amended. You will find that the Constitution has stipulated that in the event that the Independent National Electoral Commission of Nigeria, INEC, is unable to conduct election, or that there is any force majeure, or that there is anything at all, maybe by way of maybe natural disaster, earthquake, or anything that makes it impossible for the electoral body to conduct elections, to fill in vacancy arising from maybe the expiration of the tenure of Mr. President or members of the National Assembly. The Constitution says that those who are occupying those positions will just continue. It's in the Constitution. Same thing applies at the subnational level. But remember, the Constitution is not explicit as to what will happen to the third tier, that is local government. So in our own wisdom, we felt if the Constitution allows Mr. President or others at the federal level to continue, assuming nobody's praying that INEC will not be able to conduct election, but assuming it happens, assuming Nigeria is at war, God forbid, and elections cannot hold, what will happen? Do you expect someone to appoint a caretaker to man this country? That's why the Constitution says those who were elected should continue. And we just felt if the Constitution has allowed Mr. President, allow people at the subnational, why not allow same thing to happen at the local government level? And that was just the argument. And so when the House of Assembly passed that bill into law, what happened? They outcry all kinds of comments. But just to inform those of us who are not aware, this matter has been settled by the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court of Nigeria has agreed with me and the Rivers State House of Assembly. So there is a judicial precedent, and there is the judgment of the Supreme Court allowing that law to say that in the event that there are no elections, those who were elected can continue until elections are conducted. So that is one major thing that is now in place. And we believe that maybe in the future, it might also be included in our Constitution. Again, a lot of people, I'm talking about our laws now, a lot of people are also aware that with regards to caretaker committees, the Constitution outlaws caretaker committees to man local governments, which is why we see it as an aberration. If you go through the entire Constitution, the system of local governments must be by elected people. So upon assumption as the speaker, we looked at our laws and we said, no, the Rivers State local government law allows for caretaker committees. So we felt we should amend it and delete those sections. When we started this thing, they almost killed us. How can you? Didn't we have it before? And we said, no, it was like that before. But we have come as change agents to change the narrative, to make it to be consistent with the Constitution. So we amended the local government law and deleted those sections allowing for caretaker committees. So what happened? If the matter was out there, but to cut the long story short, as we speak, the Supreme Court too has ruled or given the judgment that caretaker committees remains an aberration and should not be allowed. In fact, funds should be transferred directly to the local government chairmen and the councils across the country. So I think these are two major legislations that stands the Rivers State House of Assembly out in the Committee of State Houses of Assembly. And I think that's why I said the country will not forget us in a hurry for these two legislations. So we have so many laws that development oriented. We have our appropriation and supplementary appropriation laws. We have the Rivers State Microfinance Agency law that allows for funds to be given to people who are in the businesses. We have the Rivers State Sustainable Development Agency law. We have the Rivers State Finance Control and Management law, and of course, the Rivers State Fiscal Responsibility law. These laws are geared towards empowering our people. Of course, if they are fully implemented, we expect that it will impact positively on the lives of our people. We also have infrastructure laws in place. The Rivers State Public-Private Participation in Infrastructure Development Law, number 5 of 2009. We have the Rivers State Water Sector Development Law. We have the Rivers State Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Agency law. We also have social development laws, the Rivers State Primary Healthcare Management Board law, the Rivers State Prohibition of the Curtailment of Women's Rights to Share in Family Property. Most of us are aware of our customs and traditions that discriminate against women. Rivers State House of Assembly is the first House of Assembly in the entire country to come up with this law to protect women. Irrespective of the cultural issues that prevent women from inheriting property, you know that when men die, fathers And our brothers, uncles will come and say, you're a woman, sorry. Sometimes they even chase them, some women, wives, back to their father's houses. But we had to rely heavily on the judgment of the Supreme Court that has carefully looked at the Constitution. And today in Rivers State, we have that Rivers State prohibition of the curtailment of women's rights to share in family property law. And that law is in place. I'm an Ikwere man, and I do know some of the inhibitions against women, but we're looking forward that all our people, even those, the representative of the governor of Abia State is seated here, he knows the challenges from the Igbo culture against women. But what we have to do is to protect our women. Rivers State House of Assembly is in the lead. That legislation is there. And by the grace of God, we hope that every other state will key into that particular legislation. So for oversight functions, we have done what is needed over time. And as Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, we will continue to do what is necessary. Of course, we know the importance of representation. A lot of people write on the pages of newspaper, say all kinds of things against legislators. People even say, is it only about lawmaking? Why don't you, what have you attracted to your village, your constituency, your ward? I make bold to say that as I stand before you, I have 8 wards in my constituency. 8 wards. All 8 wards, all of them, have projects nominated by me as constituency projects, and those projects have all been commissioned, ranging from health centers, school, markets, town halls, and what have you. They are all there, from Ward 1 to Ward 8. Those projects are there. Even as I speak to you, there's a school project ongoing in my village, Elius. And it's a constituency project. These are projects we nominate, and we oversee those projects so that our people can know that we personally attracted this one to our constituency. So it's all part of representation. What about budgeting? What about budgeting? This is one area that stands the 10th Assembly of Rivers State out in the Committee of State Houses of Assembly. And I'm very proud of what we have been able to achieve. Some may not like what we did, but what we have been able to say and achieve is to assert the position of the legislature in any democracy. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has made it clear that you cannot spend state funds or any fund from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of any state without a budget, without an appropriation law. And when this thing happened in 2004, I don't want to go or sound like there's any issue, because we have reached very serious, and we have talked, and there is peace in Rivers State. So we are moving forward. We are moving forward. But just for the purpose of this conference, because I know we have professors, students of political science who are also here. Tomorrow, a lot of people may want to write textbooks. And I believe Rivers State House of Assembly will be a reference point, because we had to stretch the Constitution. We had to ask questions. We had to move away from the old narrative of doing things the old way. And we said, you can't spend without appropriation. We fought this matter. I had to file matters in courts. The matter moved up from the Federal High Court up to the Supreme Court. As we speak, there is the judgment of the Supreme Court in my favor, saying that no state governor, the representative of Governor Alex Otti, the Supreme Court has said no governor of any state, not even any local government chairman, can spend without an appropriation law. It's supposed to be common knowledge. It's supposed to be, everybody should know that. So spending without an appropriation law is an aberration. It's an injury to all of you, because you pay taxes, and taxes you have paid, funds accruing to the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the state will be expended without the approval of the legislature. That can no longer happen. We have said, and because of the judgment of the Supreme Court, other speakers of the other state House of Assembly, each time they see me, they give me a handshake. They always tell me that you have liberated the legislature at the subnational level. So that judgment is there. And I believe that it has added a lot to our jurisprudence. And I also believe that for students of political science, this is one major case that we will continue to take cognizance of. So for checks and balances, that is one major role of the legislature. And it's indeed what we need to do for development to get to our people. You cannot continue to approve the budget of any state. You approve appropriation law. After approving, what happens to the funds? You hear trillions of naira being approved. What has happened to the money? Has it been applied to the projects? Has it been applied to the sectors that they should be applied as approved in the appropriation law? That is where oversight comes in. And we ensure that the executive implements the budget while we do the oversight and ensure that we continue to amend the laws whenever there is need to amend the laws. So overall, the legislature promotes good governance through lawmaking, through oversight, through representation. If you put all three cardinal functions of the legislature, you see that they are tailored towards good governance. And good governance is a sine non to any good democratic setting. So I am saying, as I stand before you, that the Rivers State House Assembly, under my watch, has been doing all of this and will continue to do that. But I cannot live here without admitting that there have been some challenges. I cannot take my seat without acknowledging that we have passed through turbulent periods, times when we would have wished we didn't get to in the course of the legislature. But like I said, we're moving forward. We have had bad times, and that is why those of us in the academia should also encourage the legislature. The legislature is an endangered arm among the three arms of government in this country. A situation where, I don't want to begin to mention names, but you recall what happened in Edo State. A sitting governor had to deroof the chamber of the House of Assembly of Edo State because of political exigencies. Members are sitting, members are in the chamber, you just send people to deroof the place and chase them out. We have not forgotten so quickly what happened in Rivers State. Broad daylight, how the Rivers State House of Assembly chamber was demolished. These things should never happen again. They should never be part of the history of this country. I say so with every sense of responsibility. It's a shame to our democracy. It's a shame to our political system. And if it continues to happen, then there'll be no need for the legislature. Whenever there's any military takeover, who suffers first? The legislature. The judiciary will stay there. Even when you are in a democracy, the executive is now the big problem to the legislature. Demolishing buildings, chasing them out, chasing them from their residence and things like that. It shouldn't be so. And I must say here, with every sense of sincerity, that as a councillor, it was a big problem. We have 774 local government areas in this country. Councillors cannot speak. We talk about democracy, we talk about development. The legislature is supposed to help to checkmate the excesses of the executive. Name which local government chairman that will allow the leader of the legislative house and the councillors to challenge him. He will just bring funds and put the entire house in disarray, and the leader will be impeached. That I'm even surviving today as speaker. You all know what happened to the executive. It's a problem to this country. Our legislature must be allowed to function. Our legislature must be allowed to be part of development in this country. Oversight must be allowed to take its full course so that the checks and balances that we expect in this presidential system can truly happen for the benefit of the people. I don't want to give specific instances, but I can tell you, if I tell you what you lose or what Rivers people have lost, you'll be amazed. State by state, when you don't have sufficient or efficient oversight, a whole lot happens. So we need to change the narrative. We must not continue to pretend. If we reduce corruption to its barest minimum, more funds will be available for development. So I know I've spent a lot of time and I need to take my seat. But before doing that, I've said a lot, and just to re-emphasize the way forward, that the legislature in this country should be given the encouragement and protection that it deserves. And I want to challenge the academia to take the bull by the horn. Maybe begin to write textbooks, begin to speak up. It's not about me. After some time, I'm going to bow out. But who is expected to checkmate the executive? It is the legislature. The legislature, through oversight. Whenever the legislature is weak, that democratic setting will remain weak. So that said, once again, I want to conclude by saying that while the Rivers House of Assembly holds the constitutional authority and potential to drive development through legislation, oversight, and representation, its effectiveness or our effectiveness remains constrained by a combination of political, financial, institutional, and systemic limitations. I didn't want to go into the issues of financial autonomy, even though we have our financial autonomy law, which is not being implemented. But I will leave that for another day. But these limitations, however, have not kept the 10th Assembly broken. We are more energized. We remain committed. Our vows to Rivers people remain. Our commitment remains unwavering, and I can assure all of you, particularly those of you that are residents here in Rivers State, that in the coming days, in the coming months, in the coming years, we're going to see a much more product of the unity which we hope to engender in the course of time between the executive and the legislature. And I want to assure all of you, and once again, to thank the organizing team and of course the Vice Chancellor for this opportunity to address this conference. May God bless all of you in Jesus' name.
We've just heard from the speaker's mouth. He has told us what he has been doing as a legislator to advance politics and governance for sustainable development here in Rivers State. Another round of applause for him, please. Because of the way he reports his daily activities, a style he probably adopted from Donald Trump during his first tenure. We call him the digital vice chancellor. He does that on the social media. And because of the way
Thank you. Let me welcome my guest to the University of Port Harcourt. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Abia State, ably represented here by the National President and distinguished Senator, the Speaker, Rivers State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Martin Amaewhule, the BOT Chair of Uniport Alumni, other distinguished guests who are on the high table, the chair and the co-chair, my sister from South Africa, Professor, we welcome you. Now, it gives me very immense pleasure on behalf of the Governing Council of this university, the Senate, the management, staff and students, and our numerous stakeholders to welcome you all to the first international conference for advancing politics and governance for sustainable development, convened by the Center for Politics, University of Port Harcourt. This moment makes a new intellectual frontier in our collective pursuits of knowledge that seeks to transform our society. Let me just give a brief of the origin for Center for Politics. The Center for Politics of this university is the first Center of Politics in Nigeria and the only as we speak now. How did we originate this idea? One day I was watching CNN and the University of Virginia Center for Politics had Trump talking. After him, it also had the sitting president at that time, also came to the center and was talking. All of them talking politics. So I met the social science people in this university. If there is a center that brings politicians to come and engage with the public in an intellectual platform, can't we set up something like that? That's the origin of the Center for Politics, University of Port Harcourt. And so today, when I listened to the first speaker and the Speaker of the House of Assembly, I was so fulfilled. I said, this is the dream I had, that one time a Center of Politics will come to be that will allow politicians to speak to the public, to engage on a platform that has nothing to do with political standing. This place, PDP will talk, APC will talk, ABGA will talk, everybody will talk here. Nobody will stop anybody from talking on this platform. That is the essence. And today, I'm really, really fulfilled. When the speaker was talking, I say, this is the platform we wanted to create. Create this platform for them to speak, to engage. Beyond that, they will also teach. They will teach our postgraduate students in this center. We'll bring them to come and give practical experiences to our postgraduate students. By the time the speaker, we will appoint them visiting scholars, all of them. Even if to make them visiting professors, I will make them. The important thing is that they will come here and be teaching our students practical politics. So today, I feel so fulfilled. I have a lot of things I've written, but I'm not going to bother reading them again because I am fulfilled. That the center I envisage that will bring people, men and women, political heavy loads to come and speak here, engage the public, engage my students, has already started happening with the Speaker of the Resident Assembly standing here to talk to us. I'm fulfilled. I will leave the rest. I have so many things to say, but let me leave it. My joy knows no bound. This was the vision I had. And I know it has started. Others will come. We begin to engage the public, engage scholars. And so Nigeria will be better. This Center for Politics will do a new thing. What a day. What a dream coming true for me. Uniport has existed for 50 years. This is the first time this kind of center has come to existence. And we can see how it is going on. It will go on better than this. And I believe that with the center director, the co-chair, and those who are supporting him, this center will go far to provide that platform we want to provide for our politicians. I also want to tell you that this center, as it is today, is closely linked to the University of Virginia Center for Politics. We study from them. Apologies to my first speaker. We're not studying American politics from them. We just get the methodology, how they do their things. Center directors, not what you do, how they do their things, so that we can locally internalize it and see how we can do it in Nigeria. And we are doing that, is it not? The director talks to him, and then we say, okay, they say, how do you engage the public? How do you engage youths? How do you engage? We are doing all that in this center. I believe that this center will go a long way to change the way we do things in politics. Speaker of the University House of Assembly, distinguished speaker, we are very glad that you are here personally. You didn't delegate somebody to come and do it. We are very glad. We're also happy that His Excellency, the Governor of Abia State, has represented no lesser a person than a distinguished senator. This is the idea I have about this center. And I believe God will help us. And this center will grow from strength to strength. To God be all the glory. Thank you very much. Welcome to the University of Port Harcourt.
Let's put our hands together for the Vice Chancellor once again. Thank you so much, sir. Very soon, the center of politics will be a melting point for elections in Nigeria and to stir discussions and engagement. At this point, we want to quickly present our token of appreciation to our distinguished guests and lecturers. I'll call on Professor Allen to coordinate this session. Okay. We want to invite the Governor of Abia State, His Excellency Dr. Alex Chioma Oti, to please step forward and receive, ably represented by distinguished Senator Darlington Wokocha, to please receive this award.
Your Excellency, sir, on behalf of the Center for Politics, University of Port Harcourt, we present to you this plaque. It's an honor for coming to participate in this. I do this presentation to you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, we still have more gifts for His Excellency. His Excellency, this is a continuation of the presentation. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Okay, very quickly, let's invite the governor, the representative of the governor of Bayelsa State, His Excellency Senator Doye Diri. Okay. Very quickly, let's invite the speaking speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Chike Martin Amewule.
For me. Yes. Distinguished speaker, sir, the Right Honorable Martin Samuel Wille, Speaker, Rivers Assembly. On this occasion, the university and the Center for Politics is indeed very proud of you. Proud that you came here personally, didn't delegate this duty. And so in recognition of this, we are presenting this plaque to you for your participating in this conference and for your presence in the University of Port Harcourt. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Thank you very much. For you, continuation of presentations. Thank you, your Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you. All right, okay. Is there any other person, I guess?
At this, we want to invite the President of University of Port Harcourt Alumni Association, distinguished Senator Darlington Wokocha, to receive his award or token of appreciation.
Distinguished Senator, you are here in dual capacity. You are representing His Excellency. You're also here as President of the National Association. It's not easy to be the National President. And so it's a mark of honor. We are presenting this plaque to you. And you know, I was talking to you, you're side by side, the University of Lagos just last week did a fantastic 55 years of Alumni Association. I watched that program from beginning to the end. All the who is who was there. It is my hope and prayer that even in the little tenure I have left, you will organize something like that for the Alumni Association. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir. Thank you. Okay, this is also in continuation of the presentation. Thank you. God bless you. Next person.
The BOT chairman.
Okay, the BOT chairman. The BOT chairman is not only a prince, so he's also a chief now. Yes, he has been installed as a chief. So he's not only a prince, but also a chief. We want to recognize you on behalf of the entire University of Port Harcourt and the Center for Politics. I am particularly delighted because for you to accept to be the BOT chair of the alumni, it's a very big thing to me as a vice chancellor. And I believe that we'll work together to reposition the alumni body and the University of Port Harcourt. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. This is still in continuation of your presentation. God bless you all. Thank you. Who else? Who is the next? What's the next person name of the person? Eh? Is he around? Okay, Pastor. Pastor Lucky. Okay. Pastor what? Okay, Pastor Lucky. If they are not giving you, this gift would not have been completed. Because we need the spiritual father to also guide us. Yes, so presentation of this to the pastor completes. I hope there's nobody again after the pastor. Because the pastor is going to complete the series of gifts. Pastor, we are glad they are here. Okay, we congratulate you for always associating with us. God bless Pastor Lucky. Thank you very much. God bless you. And this also goes for Pastor Lucky. Thank you. I think we'll come to the end of the gifts. You have to do and release these big men now so that they can go. Oh, me too, I receive. Okay, all right.
The one for this.
You have kept them here for too long. Wait, please, let them come and go. You have kept them for too long. Distinguished colleagues, you know what it is to bring the Speaker of Rivers State House of Assembly and keep him here for more than 1 hour. I think he has done enough. Let's not stretch our luck too further. So I think I want to say that at this point, what do we do before it goes? Is it national anthem? Okay, we take pictures. You have seen my own. Okay, you have seen my own. Give the other person so no. This was given to you. Let me see the name. Let me see the name. Oh, this is okay. All right.
So on behalf of the University of Port Harcourt, we present this to you, Vice Chancellor of our university, great university, Professor Owonari A. George Way. Thank you very much.
Let's take the picture. Thank you.
And this is a second gift.
Continuation of the gift.
Okay. Okay. So let's take our photo, please.
We will stay here. He's going just to snap picture.
Let's take pictures.
Please, participants, just exercise a little patience. After now, we'll just step out for break. Okay, please, let's just be seated briefly. Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we want to once again appreciate everyone that has been seated here since the commencement of this program, of this conference. We want to thank you. At this point, we want to go for break, and we'll be coming back here by 2 o'clock. We'll be coming back here by 2 o'clock to take the paper presentation session. Thank you so very much for all the participants. Please, you can go for your lunch and breakfast just by the quadrangle there. So yes, please, all participants, let's keep.
So let me use this time to, before we go for breakfast, let me use this time to hand over gift to the Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Port Harcourt. So on behalf of the university, we present this to you. And this as well. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Okay. Don't be in a hurry. I want my own. Okay. Okay. Just be up. Thank you. Okay, please. So please, can we go for breakfast? We are coming back at 2. Professor Darren's presentation will be done as soon as we return at 2. Professor Darren is at University of San Diego, and he will be speaking.
From Babcock University.
Please, we're about to start. Somebody misplaced his or her phone. Please check if your phone is still with you. In case the phone is missing, please come and identify. I have a missing phone with me. One benefit of such conference is that we meet. In order to form collaborations for so we're about to start. The media, are we ready? So we'll be listening to the last speaker, Professor Darren Keogh, after which we'll go into our breakout sessions. Are you ready? Oh, we're not breaking. Okay. So the media, we're waiting for you. The moment you're ready, just give me a signal so that we can start.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. We are going to start our next session right away, and this panel is on political governance. So if you have your papers ready in the area of political governance and development, political governance, and development, then get ready. So I'm going to call the title of the papers and the name, and we will proceed in that order. So the first paper, is supposed to be virtual. They're still trying to check if that is going to work out. So the first paper is supposed to be virtual political governance and development. No, the title is Politics of the Belle or Pork Barrel, Exploring Party Leadership Squabbles and the Challenge of Good Governance in Nigeria and South Africa. That paper is supposed to be delivered by Omololu, Fagbe Debo, and Lusanda Beauty. That's one. The second one is to be presented by Jande Jacob Tehemba, The State's Insecurity and Leadership Failure in Nigeria, a call for community self-defense. Is Jande here? Jande is supposed to present in person. The next paper is supposed to be virtual. Kate Taikauna Tashu Msutukazi Makiva, Policy Evaluation Through the Lens of Online Budgeting Model for Fiscal Transparency, Effectiveness, a case study of Mutare City Council, Zimbabwe. That's supposed to be virtual at the same time. Then the next paper is Political Governance and Development. Title of the paper is Leadership Towards Ensuring Effective Implementation of Policies Related to Child Protection, a case of Zimbabwe. Then the next one is Mark Okpoku Amankwa, The Political Economy of Conditionality in Foreign Aid, Impacts on Governance and Peace in Sub-Saharan Africa. Then the next one is Henry Apia Ayamasowe, Regional Bodies and Conflict Resolution Mechanisms, the AU and ECOWAS in Perspective. And then the next one is Taiwo Eolaya. The topic is The Falcon Cannot Hear the Falconer, Power Givers, Power Mongers, and Democratic Legitimacy in Post-Colonial African Politics. This is an interesting one. And then the next one is Samuel B. Kalabo and Priye Kuro Inokoba. Federalism, Governance, and the Crisis of Development in the Niger Delta. Then the next one is the role of federal structures in promoting sustainable political development in Nigeria. Dr. Adikeye Big Alabo. Next one is sustainable political leadership in Nigeria. Okene Nelson. Alternative dispute resolution, a tradition forgone. Okene Nelson again. The dilemma of policy optimality and resource governance of public institutions in Nigeria's Fourth Republic. Alali Raphael George. Banigo Dennis T.S. Presidential Amnesty Program and Stability in the Niger Delta of Nigeria. Then the next one is Julina Ekonaye Ogbe. Navigating Nigeria's economic and social political landscape, challenges and opportunities for sustainable development. Next one is the politics of coalition in Nigeria, the game changer for national politics. That will be done by Ferguson Amaobi Onegbu. Then Philip Okolo and Joseph Jackson Bobai, conflict management in the Niger Delta, challenges and prospects. Oya Reason and Nsegbe Graham, the vicissitude of prebender system in Nigeria's oil industry. And this one is by our own prof and director, Professor Allen, Business, Politics, Family, and Alternative Dispute Resolution in the Niger Delta. Anthony Egobeze, Cryptocurrency and Terrorism Financing in Sub-Saharan Africa. A comparative analysis of method and strategies in Nigeria and Kenya. Abdul Malik Olanikon Oladipo, Cryptocurrency and Terrorism Financing in Sub-Saharan Africa. I think this is repeated. There should be an error here. It's the same title. Okay, so these are the papers lined up for this session. So if you hear your name, then I would like you to indicate so that we can proceed accordingly. If you are here and you heard your name when I was trying to read the papers, aligning the presenters, can I see by show of hand? Okay. Okay, so what's the title of your own, sir? Okay, so there's no need repeating. So we are going to start the way it is. So if I call the person and the person is here, then we'll go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah. So this is our breakaway session. We have two sessions. This is in person. Those who are here physically, who have submitted papers that fall under the themes of political governance, can present their session this afternoon. Now, at the same time, there are some who are not here who have opted for the virtual session. Yeah. So both sessions, in person and physical, on political governance, are both on political governance, yes, from 2 to 4. I don't know if I'm clear. Yes. So this is in person. Those names that were called, if you sent in an abstract and you want to present a paper, this is your time to present the paper under the theme political governance. Others sent paper under oil and development, under human capital. You know, those have different slots. This particular slot on the first day of the session is only for political governance. So you are either presenting in person or you are presenting virtually, one of the two. The choice is yours. Okay. Okay, let me take questions so that I can clarify. No, the virtual is not online. Two different things. This is a streaming service. The virtual is not going to be showing online. The virtual will send you the Zoom link. Click in there and get into a virtual room. It can be in your car, but you can participate. So the virtual is ongoing as we speak. Yeah, the chairs of the virtual sessions are in there, and I think some presenters may have stepped in there as well. Okay, let me take questions. Just indicate and I'll clarify. Yes, sir. Yes. It's not today. Okay, do you have the program? Can you have a look at your program, please? All right. Can I point you to page 16 of the program? Page 16 of the program. Let me give you so I can take my own. Page 16 of the program. Yeah? Have you seen page 16? Under page 16, you have this session, day one, afternoon session. It's right there. And it's only dealing, you can see under the themes, it has political governance, federalism, and development. That's all for today. However, go to the next day, day two. Again, check under the themes. You will see 9 to 11 a.m., oil, development, ecology, and resource governance. Is that helpful? Yeah, so you just need to look at the themes and then you know which session you are delivering. Yes. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes.
The paper, I believe, should have been a resource governance, because if you look at the title, that's number 30. The paper is the renewed, geopolitical rivalry in the politics of resource governance in Africa. So I don't think there's anything federalism there. My paper is captioned under federalism, and
it doesn't matter. Just go for the session that you think your paper should be. It's fine. We'll accommodate that. We haven't put you to say day one or day two. Correct? We have put the theme. So if your paper is under, go to the resource governance one, which is not today though. Which is tomorrow, correct. Okay. Any other person that I need to clarify for? Yeah. So the themes have helped us allocate the papers. But like you have said, if in the allocation of the theme, they put you in a theme that you think is not quite a fit, and you would rather go to another theme that you think is more a fit, you will be accommodated. So if somebody came now and said, no, I see I'm in resource governance, but my paper is more political governance, Professor Kelly is not going to say, no, you can't present your paper. Okay. Yeah, subject to interpretation of the abstract, because that's all we had at the time we didn't have the full papers. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so again, this session is for anybody who is presenting on political governance and development. Thank you. Two options, either in-person session or virtual session. The choice is yours. Okay. So is it that there are no presenters for that theme here? There are. Then you can invite them. They can start. Yeah. Okay.
This next line up here.
They can come in front. Yeah. Your panelists can come in. So if you are called, please come in.
Please come.
Yeah. Can we also note that all the presenters will get a certificate of participation? We recognize that sometimes people say they are coming for conferences and they're not in the venues, and we want to manage that as well. Yeah. So only those who actually present will be given the certificate of participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for the clarifications. Please join us up here for your presentation. All those that are presented and I mentioned their name, please come up the podium for your presentation. We will have 10 minutes for the speakers and 5 minutes for comments and questions. So we have Alabo, I think I called your name. So please, can we all be up here? So I'm going to start with you, sir. Okay. Okay, so Chimo, we are starting with you. Yeah, but if you have your laptop. All right, so what's the title of your paper? So 10 minutes. So colleagues, we are beginning the session right away. Let's listen to the speakers closely and then be able to contribute to their papers either by questioning or by comments.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Priye Inokoba, a professor of international relations. I wrote this paper alongside with Dr. Samuel B. Calabo of the Department of Political Science, Rivers State University. I am of Niger Delta University. The title of the paper is a little bit different from what we presented when we presented the abstract. We did a little tweak to it. It reads here as Governance, Federalism, and the Crisis of Development in the Niger Delta. So much has been written about the crisis of development conflict in the Niger Delta, and the literature tend to direct the crisis of development, insecurity, and conflict in the Niger Delta to the nature of governance, to the nature of the Nigerian federalism, how it is constituted. And the argument basically is that the Nigerian federal system has been skewed, developed in such a way that it has not been beneficial to the region that generate most of the resources that the entire country, Nigeria, depends on for its development. So what the paper attempts to achieve is to interrogate the character. We went beyond that argument by saying that the crisis, the problem that we face in the challenges to our federalism has a lot to do with the nature and the character of governance in the Nigerian state. And we know that everything starts and ends in governance. So whether the federal system works or not has to do with how those that manage the state in Nigeria manages the process. And the federal system that we have today that is faulty, that most of us identify as faulty federalism, because of the dominant nature of the central government and other dominant ethnic groups that are now managing the system, the tendency is that we trace the crisis of development, crisis of insecurity of the Niger Delta to these challenges in the federal system. But this paper tend to look at it by arguing that the problem that we see in the federal system is a product of the failure of governance. It's the product of the output of governance in the Nigerian state. So what this paper attempt to achieve is to interrogate the character of the Nigerian federalism and connect it to the governance, the nature of governance, and how this marriage has impacted on the level of development in the country, with particular reference to the Niger Delta region. And historically, federalism was initiated by the colonialists and sustained by past post-independent administration, with primary aim of promoting or fostering unity in diversity, giving each region or state a sense of belonging, and to ensure equitable distribution of resources and development. However, this has not been achieved in the Niger Delta region, where bulk of the financial resources that the Nigerian state depends on is generated. The paper attributes this skewed and inequitable nature of the Nigerian federal system to the poor governance process, which in turn has compromised and inhibited the Nigerian Federation. Which has inhibited the development of the Niger Delta, Thus, our central argument here is that the structural defects and imbalances of the Nigerian federal system is largely a product of ineffective, poor, and undemocratic governance system at all tiers of government in Nigeria. We are not restricting ourselves to what happens at the national level. Governance failure in this country is quite evident at all tiers of governance, from the central government, the federal government, to the state to the region. So we are looking at it in a very holistic manner, the failure of governance. So to achieve the central objective of this discourse, the paper, which derives its data mainly from secondary sources, adopted the new federalism theory that emphasizes on decentralization and devolution power to the lower tiers of government. As well, then we also adopted a second theory called theory of pluralism. This gives emphasis to equitable distribution of national resources and power, emphasizes on cooperation and collaboration among the different component units or the constituent unit and the central government. And if you look at our system today, this is missing. This element of an equitable relationship whereby the different tiers of government relate to reflect Casey Wire's definition of federalism, where he emphasizes that the different component part of the federal state or tiers should be coordinates, not a relationship of superior relating with that of a subordinate. But that, unfortunately, is the reality in the Nigerian federal system. So what are the problems? There are several problems we identify with the Nigerian federal system. The challenges of federalism have been identified copiously by extant literature. There are several challenges, and these include the following: lopsided allocation formula, the resultant agitation for resource control, fairer resource allocation and distribution of national wealth, the unhealthy dependency of the component states on the federal government, whereby most states in this country find it very difficult to sustain themselves without allocation from the federal government. That really does not tell well of our governance, our federal experience, power and structural imbalances that are skewed in favor of the three dominant ethnic nationalities, the unrelenting and the contentious struggle for national power and resources, then several other contentious issues that are constraining the proper functioning of the Nigerian federal system. In all this, we attribute them to the failure of governance. That if governance is really taking place as expected, where the output can address most of these challenges, we won't be talking about them. Okay, sir. So the issues here before us is that the problems we face, we see as problems of our federal system. They can be taken care of if we have a governance process that can address all this, because the nature of our federal system is like the governance process or system is like the foundation of the house. Why federalism is built on it. So if that foundation is faulty, it's very difficult for us to have a functioning and a fair federal system. The work is divided into about, I think, 5 sections. We have the introduction, we have the conceptual review where we dealt with these 2 central issues, concept, federalism and governance. From there, we also talked about, we did an overview of the challenges which I've already highlighted there. Challenges of federalism in Nigeria, then how these challenges are products of the governance process. We'll keep on emphasizing on governance process because everything in the system falls or stands on the author of governance. Then the 4th section of the work is the impact of governance on federalism in Nigeria and its implication for national development. Then beyond that, we also talked about how this now compromises development in the Niger Delta. Like I said earlier, we cannot talk about development, the failure of development at the national level, when we know that even the resources out of the 13% have not been fairly and equitably applied to address development issues in the Niger Delta. I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Big round of applause for our best eloquent presenter. The structure here is that we should just go straight to take the question and comments so that we won't forget. So any question, any comments? Yeah, we won't forget. If we take all at the same time, we may forget. So let's just go straight and then, yes, I know I'll manage the time. Maybe one minute or so, so that we will not forget the presenter. Yeah. Yes. So please, any person that has any question, any contribution to make to the paper? Okay, do we have another mic? 1 minute, go straight to your point and ask your question or make your contribution.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Thank you, you have actually spoken well. Could it be that the failure of governance and other areas that you've pointed out actually started after the first military coup? Because I know that from 1960 up to 1966, they actually had a regional structure where regions like where Awolowo and the rest actually managed the resources of their various regions. And from what history told us, they were actually doing well. Could this be actually attributed to the military structure? Because we're actually told that currently now we have a military body politics and then a civilian body politics. So just throw more light on that and let's actually get where the problem is coming from.
Okay, thank you for that question. Whatever we have as a federal system today is a product of long history of military adventure into politics. Let us not forget that. And militarism and federalism, they don't meet. They are strange-bedded fellows. You understand that? And today we have a civilian government in place. I am one person that finds it difficult to address what we have as a democracy because there are so many things our politicians do with our democracy that makes some of us like me to really have problems with it. Like I keep on arguing that where a system is not working and people can easily identify the system, I mean, a system that you know you have not practiced, and you said the system is the creator of the problems you're facing, you're not being fair. In one of my papers, I asked this question: democracy or leadership? Who is failing the Nigerian people? That's the question. We have not really practiced democracy. So we cannot accuse democracy of failing the Nigerian people. What we have is a corrupt state of democracy, a faulty state of democracy in this country. The same thing applies to the federal system that we are experimenting today. You see, like Ake said, if the people are not involved in the governance process, there is no how you will get a meaningful or the right outcome. So democracy and, for me, democracy and federalism, they go together. You cannot run a federal system with a militaristic tendency or attitude. It can't work. And that has been our experience over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, presenter. My own is just a comment as well. I don't think that you should respond because I didn't read your entire paper. But I think that you need to be very clear about what you mean by governance failure and federalism, because if I listen to you clearly, you seem to be mixing up the two concepts. At a time you argue that it's federalism, at a time you argue that it is governance failure. So you need to strengthen that argument because they are two different things. If it is governance failure, we can understand that even given the lopsided nature of the federal system, that the state can still work to the extent that they have control over resources, and that could help the state. So for me, if you tilt that towards the argument of governance failure, I will agree with you. It is because of governance failure that even the poor nature of the federal system, that it has not helped in our development process. So you need to be very clear whether it is federalism or it is governance process. Thank you very much. So the next person on my right, I will have turn to, we are not going to use more than the 15 minutes for each of the papers, 10 for presentation, and then 5 minutes. Chima.
Thank you very much. My paper is titled New Patrimonialism and Democracy in Nigeria, an examination of the political contestation in Rivers State. My name is Chimaro Kemba. The paper simply examined the relationship between new patrimonialism and democracy. How does informal structures shape formal structures? How does personalized rule manifest in our democratic system to the extent that informal structures or personalities seem to have more dominance over and above formal structures? And I try to examine and locate that within the context of Rivers State politics in the last 1.5 years. At the end, I identified that in Rivers politics, particularly in the last 2 years, formal systems tend to dominate informal systems in such a way and manner that the interests of perhaps a few individuals
or an individual tend to override the interests of the majority, which means neo-patrimonialism tends to negate democracy. So simply put, the paper identified the fact that in Rivers State, particularly, informal systems have more influence over formal structures. So you have a situation where an individual using a system of patronage has almost absolute control over the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. And then that tends to promote gross abuse of power and also the desecration of formal institutions, including the Constitution. So we have a situation where if you have neo-patrimonialism dominating a system, there will be tendency to abuse power, and there will also be tendency to desecrate the Constitution. Beyond that, the paper also noted the fact that in a system where, like we have in Rivers State, where neo-patrimonialism seems to hold sway, there will likely be no serious political opposition, which means that part of our democracy suffers so much, because democracy, you cannot find a system that is democratic without serious opposition. But where you have informal systems having serious and overwhelming control of a system, there will hardly be political opposition. And again, the paper noted also that that kind of system tends to promote stomach infrastructure. There is a tendency to weaponize poverty. And so what has played out in the last 2 years in Rivers State is a system that encourages the continuous use of public funds for wrong reasons in the name of promoting empowerment. So that kind of system, again, cannot promote the kind of politics that will lead to reasonable level of development. Again, we noted in the paper that neo-patrimonialism negates federalism. Because what happens is that where you have a system of patronage and then you have some kind of connection between elements within a particular constituent unit like Rivers State and perhaps elements outside Rivers State like the federal government cooperating, that gives the federal government some level of leverage over the system and therefore negating the powers and the interests of the constituent units. So we see that played out in Rivers State, where because of the nature of our federal system and also because of the politics of neo-patrimonialism, the center tends to overpower and overshadow the constituent unit, in this case, Rivers State. And I made some remarkable suggestions. Beyond that, I noted in the paper that here, politics is the only tool that we need to liquidate our underdevelopment. And therefore, if we are not careful, and if we allow this kind of system to fester, then we will not have development, neither can we have sustainable development. Because the laws, the rules, the policies of government are reflections of the superstructure. And so politics is part of the superstructure, and the moment politicians or political actors capture politics and institutionalize this kind of system, then we can never have development. And so I recommended, one, that we need to institutionalize a political culture that encourages the process of institutional building, institutional capacity building. Our institutions need to be strengthened so that we don't have too many powerful men overriding the system. We should have more powerful institutions than more powerful men. And because when we institutionalize a culture of capacity building, that will increase the inclusiveness of our politics, and it will reduce the influence of big men or strong men in politics. And then I also suggested that the kind of democracy that we should begin to promote, should go beyond the promotion of civil and political rights. We should socialize our democratic practice. And then we should encourage politicians and political parties to internalize democracy in their parties. And then we should have parties with clear-cut ideologies to drive our political system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chima, for your wonderful presentation. Comments and questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, the chairman. When I looked at the topic, new patrimonialism and the usage of informal structure, I know that when you have a title, you get the indicators of some of the variables to cross-check and get your findings and this. Then when I'm a student of informal structure, when I study the informal structure of the political party, for example, the formal structures are structures that are noted in the Constitution. Let's talk, for example, the party chairman is supposed to be the leader of the party in the state. But the informal structure has the party leader, who is the governor, as the party leader in the state. In the nation, you have the president as the party leader, who is in an informal structure. The formal structure is supposed to be national chairman. Now, when you now say new patrimonialism and you now get to informal structures, and you now start talking about money, like monetization of election or that thing, I get a little bit confused because I did not get what you mean by informal structure. Or is there any other definition of your usage of primordialism that is different from informal structure? That is where I get confused. I did not read your paper, but by your presentation, you get people like me more confused because I could not get the variable to cross-check it to come out how you come about your finding. Thank you very much. I am Dr. Wim.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other question or comments?
All right, sir. When you in your recommendations, you talked about strengthening the institutions of the state, which will actually help us to get and then promote governance. But my question is, how do we start? Because this thing is actually a grave concern. Because as we speak today, there are certain places you can't get without political consideration. And I think that's where the informal organization or informal structure comes in. And then coupled with the fact that our nature, the way we actually operate here, our behaviors and the way we approach, our approach to things is actually very poor due to low education and exposure in other ways. So how do we actually start? And where do we start from? Because sometimes we talk about these things, we talk about if words are actually not matched with actions, then we'll continue to talk about this over and over again and over time. So how do we start and where do we start from? Yes, based on where we find ourselves, Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, so okay, 2 questions are okay. Then I will hand over the mic to you. But just to add, I was expecting that you would tell us the new forms of new patrimonialism. I wanted to hear what are those new forms? What are they? How are they different from patrimonialism in the context of Rivers State? And again, when you talk about informal system, I mean, it's a bit confusing. what do you mean by that? Because patrimonialism is about the privatization of power. I mean, patronage, like you talked about. So whether it is formal or informal, the idea is what? People have converted the states into a patronage network. Okay, so that's what for me, I think that patrimonialism is all about. So if you talk about new patrimonialism in Rivers State, how did they manifest? And again, you need to present your paper beyond thinking that everybody here and those online are from Rivers State. So you needed to have given more details in such a way that people who are not from Nigeria will understand better the context that you are speaking to. So you have 3 minutes to respond.
I will start with the where do we start and how do we start. We have just started. We are having a conversation. So that answers the first question. Where do we start? We have also started from here. Now, on the issue about the confusion, with reference to neo-patrimonialism, and like he rightly pointed out, we are talking about personalized rule, where persons take precedent over rules, over laws, over constitution. So the man who, in this particular instance, unfortunately, you don't have the paper before you. I was referring to the battle between Nyesom Wike and Siminaye Fubara in this contest. And my point is that Nyesom Wike represents an informal institution that has dominance over the formal institution. The governor is an institution. And because a formal institution, but we now have a situation where an informal person has control over the formal institutions, including the legislature. And so what has played out is that there's a system of patronage that has been set up that flows from an individual to the extent that that individual controls the state. And then that individual has a network that connects him to the center. And so through that connection, the powers of the governor and in fact, the powers of the legislature is also undermined. That is what I have shown in this paper. And if you are looking for examples outside Rivers State, it is not far-fetched. What we have in Nigeria is a neo-patrimonial system operating under a democratic system. And until we deal with that part where persons, individuals, their interests do not override, including the Constitution, then we cannot make a headway in a democratic system. So when we talk about institutionalization of institutional capacity building, we are actually talking about institutionalizing our laws so that our laws will be more powerful than individuals. That is as far as I can go.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Dr. Chima. We are going to go to my left now. My immediate left is going to present his own paper. Your name title, number 14. 40, all right.
Good day, Professor. Good day, senior lecturers. Good day, panelists. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alali Raphael George. My paper is entitled The Dilemma of Policy Optimality and Resource Governance of Public Institutions in Nigeria's Fourth Republic. Now, what is policy optimality? Policy optimality from relevant literatures. Please help the PowerPoint. Okay. Policy optimality with the context of these studies talks about the measure of initiating policies with minimum costs to bring about maximum outputs. Then what is resource governance? Resource governance talks about the ability to manage public resources with a high sense of accountability, which geared towards attaining economic development. Now, from all relevant literatures as explored in the study so far, I came to understand that resource governance does not just end at managing public funds or managing public institutions. It talks about the measure at which to discover resources, harness them, refine them, market them, and inject the proceeds of the fund generated from those resources to the economy, which get towards actualizing the greatest happiness of the greatest number as espoused by Jeremy Bentham. Now, the study will be limited to two basic institutions, which is the Ministry for Petroleum Resources and the Nigeria's National Petroleum Corporation Limited, Company Limited per se. We all know that the institutions responsible for management of public resources are, we have the Federal Inland Revenue Services that receives funds, manages it. We equally have the Central Bank of Nigeria that is in charge of our resources. But the study, within the context of the study, will be limited to the Ministry for Petroleum Resources and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. Now, over the years, we've seen that, scholars have seen that major public institutions have not optimally been able to fulfill the policies, the expectations of Nigerians, or the aim towards which they were established. The Ministry for Petroleum Resources has been endangered with a whole lot of corruption indicators, ranging from 1999 till date. The case of Desiane Madueke, who was one-time Minister for Petroleum Resources, is an indicator that, yes, actually, the ministry has not actually maximized or mitigate between the extractive industry and the Nigerian government. The case of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company is a classical example. Although over the years, studies has equally shown that most of the policies initiated by these institutions have suffered from policy inconsistency and policy somersault. It is as a result of the crisis bedeviling these two public institutions that the Petroleum Industry Act of 2021 was initiated to further unbundle the responsibilities of the Ministry for Petroleum Resources and the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. For the purpose of time, I will delve down to the theoretical framework. The theory adopted institutional theory by John W. Mayer in 1977 and which was further expanded by Paul J. Dimago in 1983. The theory talks about how policies are initiated by institutions that is geared towards ensuring optimality or attaining the expectations or the yearnings of the public. Now, the methodology of the study adopted the case study research design. The study was leveraged on the use of secondary data, which is from textbooks, online journal, articles from online journals, and the rest of it. The findings of the study, one, states clearly that irrespective of the fact that the Petroleum Industry Act was initiated by President Muhammadu Buhari in 2021 to bring about efficiency in the productivity of these public institutions like the NNPC, there is still element of corruption, there is weak enforcement, there is equally duplication in the responsibilities of the agencies responsible for regulating the activities of the extractive industries like the National Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission and Nigerian Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. There is equally the issue of misallocation of resources and what have you. The study equally concluded that for effective resource governance, the public or people in charge of managing public affairs must handle public offices with a high level of accountability, owing to the fact that Nigeria as a country cannot strive without sincerity in the management of public funds. The study recommends that institutions of government should be strengthened. It equally recommends that the anti-graft agencies should try as much as they can in arresting and prosecuting those who mismanage public funds without prejudice. Thank you.
Comments, colleagues? Comment or question? Any person? All right, sir.
Good afternoon. Name is Dr. Emmanuel, and you had a very interesting presentation, but I'm just kind of focused on the methodology that you applied. You said you used the case study research where you secondary data, but I realize you have a lot of information that you got from there. But if you can further study, kind of conduct an empirical data on this, collect data, go to people and make interviews and questionnaires to get more information that will help you in this study. It will be very, very useful. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for your comments.
Sorry, I'll just ask direct question. I did not understand what you mean by resource governance. What does it mean to govern resources?
All right, so.
Thank you very much. Resource governance, in the social sciences, that's what we call ambiguity of concepts. And resource governance within the context of this study talks about the measure, the means at which resources, public resources, is harnessed, is managed to ensure effective and efficient output productivity in the management of those resources. That is why I was able to narrow the governance structure or the mode or means at which resources are to be managed within public institutions like the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, that was changed from NNPC to NNPCL, and the Ministry for Petroleum Resources. So resource governance from within my own purview, after exploring other scholarly views on resource governance, I was able to narrow it down that resource governance does not just talk about management of public institutions or public resources with a level of accountability. It talks about the measure at which to identify those natural resources, refine them, market them, and inject the proceeds of those resources to better the economy. That's what resource governance in a nutshell is all about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You may wish to review your title to accommodate the two institutions that you study. In that case, it gives some form of specific focus. As it is nobody will know what you are studying except in the presentation. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. The next presenter is?
The next presenter is Nelson Okene. Let me complete this. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The first title of our work here, I will have two papers, but I'll do the one that I did alone first. The title is Sustainable Political Leadership in Nigeria, a Proposal. The idea behind this paper is to, in fact, the paper is born out of a deep look at the crisis of leadership in Nigeria. Recruitment of political leadership, the crisis of succession, and the central role that political leadership plays for galvanizing an economy, a developing economy like ours, and how their inability to manage that leadership front is creating multiple layers of crisis in the entire system. So the paper is actually heavy on deep reflections and looking at how the systems we are currently adopting, which we are borrowed from outside, have served our purpose, and to try to create one that is homegrown,
that will try to address the issues that we have with our political leadership, succession issues, and something that will now create a system that is more sustainable, more enduring, and will help to address the current issues that bedevil our national political leadership. So what we have called the proposal that we have made here is associational presidential system. Associational because what we are proposing is a presidential system that will work with a two-level general election. One level is to have a general presidential election at the zonal level, where only people from each of the 6 geopolitical zones can vie in their own zones. It will be multi-party context, but only one candidate will win at the zonal level. After the candidates win at zonal level, they now go to contest at the national level. As that will mean that at the national level for presidency, we'll have 6 candidates vying for the presidency. But all 6 candidates will be winners at the end of the day. There will be no loser. The first person with a simple majority votes across the nation becomes the president. The second person becomes the first vice president. And then we have the others as the other 4 vice presidents. Remember, the president is from one of the zones. That will mean a constitutional review to make all 6 of them, their positions be recognized by the Constitution. They will not be appointed by the president. We believe that if this is done, it will reduce the acrimony, the infighting, the crisis of trying to be one president. It will create a room for almost a compulsory or national government of national unity. All the zones will be represented at the presidential level by constitutional amendments. When that is also done, the other positions that can now be appointed by the president, cabinet positions, with positions that after the 6 candidates have been taken, 2 fronts to their position at the center will be either appointment cabinet positions based on special ministries that will be relevant to their zones, or official appointments for them to lead their development commissions from their own zones, like the case of the Niger Delta Commission. The vice president from the Niger Delta will become an automatic chairman, executive, what is the title again? The leader, MD of the Niger Delta Development Commission, while being a vice president. And that will also reduce corruption with respect to how the NDDC or those commissions are managed, because those who sit in those positions have constitutional guarantee that they will not be removed. Again, they will be accountable to their people for whom the resources meant for the development of those regions are meant. There are a lot of other advantages we see to this. By creating this kind of system, we feel that it will deepen the level of relationship among politicians, both based on ethnic relationships and on party levels. Because for you to now be a president, you need to seriously network with all the other leaders in all the zones. We also believe that it's going to deepen democracy by forcing, just 1 minute. Okay. That will deepen democracy by forcing leaders within their own zones to campaign at every nook and cranny of the zones, therefore mobilizing the citizens to be more engaged in politics. It will also reduce fraud, because every zone will want to bring their best candidate, because every candidate that is elected at the zone is a potential president. And there are a lot of other advantages to this proposal. The idea is to produce a homegrown solution and to stop copying foreign presidential system that is not serving our purpose. To reduce the crisis of leadership, it will train leaders to be able to prepare to be presidents from the zones. Okay, thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you. This is wonderful. I know this one will generate. I've already seen so many hands up, but time is against us. So if you have spoken before, we may not give you a chance. So, okay, sir.
The mic, maybe I start.
Please
Yeah.
give him the mic first.
I thought about advantage.
Thank you, sir. My name is Oyabara Felix. I thank you for the eloquent presentation, but straight to it. This is a good proposal, but we are afraid. You talked about the 6 presidents that probably emerged from the 6 geopolitical zones. Now, what if, I don't know whether your proposal envisage, if the first, the winner and the runners up come from Northwest and Northeast. That means that North will be president, North will be vice president. Vice president, further first, second, third, or whatever. Don't you think that this kind of arrangement will still put us more into trouble now that we are talking of, fairness to all geopolitical zones? And this can repeat itself severally. It can come from the South. South will produce the president and the vice president. I'm afraid maybe you'll have to look into this as well. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. First, I think the proposal is novel, but I have a few concerns. Looking at the fact that even a local government or councillorship election is expensive, and we're talking about reducing the cost of election, the cost of governance, looking at issues of violence. Can you also give us the perspective of this proposal with regards to cost of elections? Because you're proposing 2-cycle elections, right? Then looking at the culture of electoral violence. Personally, I believe that whenever there's an election, some person's death has already been announced. So if you're having 2-3 cycles of elections, more deaths, and so this culture of electoral violence in Nigeria and rigging culture, because we can change the systems if we keep doing this. How about the issue of transparency with election? Then our leadership recruitment. Is it not still the same persons that are recruiting today that will still do this because they already have the patrimonial structure in place? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. I know that this one was going to generate. Okay, 30 seconds.
Okay, Tife Olabi is my name. Thank you, sir, for the paper presentation. My question is about checks and balancing. I don't know whether you are, because you didn't present time, maybe time factor did not allow you. Do you factor in check and balances in such governance structure if actually it's get true? Thank you.
Okay.
Represented fits into the Swiss collegial system. In the Swiss collegial system, they have the same system where you get the 4, and the presidency rotates among the 4 within the term limit. So what I see in his presentation in a comparative studies is from the Swiss collegial system.
Okay, I want to commend the last speaker. His idea is quite innovative, and basically is all the desire. Every one of us in this world want to see a better Nigeria, wants to see our system work. But what the kind of values that politicians carry into our political system is what corrupts the system. I keep on making this argument: no system can work in this country. Let us even try our so-called homegrown democracy. The value, if we can change that value, the way we engage the system, why our democracy is having what the problem is having today, is because politicians are not democratic in nature. They are not. They are not. They don't have those tenets, the culture, the democratic culture that sustains democracy. And beautiful idea, but I have that worry. How does it change this same individuals overnight? Then the cost. the cost to the country is quite enormous. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Interesting paper. My own is just to ask you. You say it's going to address corruption. I do not think so, but so maybe you might just in 1 or 2 minutes answer the whole question and also tell us how it's going to address corruption, given the nature of our system, that it is power that means everything to everybody.
Yeah, I'll run as fast as I can with the questions. First is about 2 leaders emerging from the same zone. Yes, that can be possible along the line, but given that the positions will be constitutionally guaranteed, either in terms of the ministerial choices or from leadership at the regional commissions, you have powers given by the Constitution. And even the vice president from the zone will have his own power. So you will not have a situation where one vice president is like a president in waiting and can virtually globetrot and cover all the sectors. No. Everybody has and if you have 4 vice presidents that are not from your zone and they have access and constitutionally guaranteed powers, they cannot be sacked by the president because they have constitutional power. So that limits and restricts the ability of that, the advantage under this normal system. Then the second one is about the cycle of violence with the frequency of the elections. What we envisage here is that given that the presidential system, the first round is localized, and the contestants are from the same zone, everybody knows this other and will be involved in that process. We feel that the balance of forces at that local level may not allow for that depth of violence. And we also envisage in our proposal that instead of 4 years, we'll be looking at maybe 5 or 6 years to reduce the time for the cycle for the next election, given that 2-pronged approach. Again, with respect to violence and costs, the main election in this instance will be at the zonal level, at the regional level. Once you emerge from the regional level, you have a guaranteed position at the national. And you also have a tendency for other regional players to support the candidates and the party as regional representatives. So the cost will be shared. That will definitely be lesser compared to the level now where one candidate and one party is trying to contest election nationwide. The other question is about checks and balances. The Constitution itself provides for checks and balances. The other arms of government, the executive, the legislature are also there. And the civil society. No, I'm saying the civil society groups will also play their role. And if this deepens, the citizens that are mobilized at the zone, a lot of Nigerians, for instance, now are not even involved in politics. They don't care. They feel it's too far from them. But you have this kind of system, many persons will get more involved because they can now associate themselves with the outcomes from the leadership recruitment system, having to directly participate in that. The other part is about, the last one is corruption. Corruption, well, is something that the whole system will have to fight for. One proposal cannot deal with every problem. And you see also that the major part of the corruption that is really destabilizing the system is the corruption at the top level. The one now where they are using the budget as an instrument for exploitation, for stealing, is the real problem. And if we can decentralize the power and reduce the influence and the power of the president as presently constituted, and that will alter the power structure and definitely reduce the ability of one person to steal everything. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a good proposal. So you continue to work on it with all the inputs. The next presenter, we have reduced everything to 10 minutes. So the next presenter will use 7 minutes for presentation, 3 minutes for comments or question. So, you are still the one present. So,
okay. My name is Dr. Justice. My paper is titled Fusion of Power, an Albatross to Nigeria's Democracy. This paper was inspired by interactions from my class as to governance and democratic process in Nigeria. The paper interrogated the concept of separation of power. And the paper interrogated the concept of separation of power as advanced by Montesquieu. So when you hear fusion of power, is a clear departure from the concepts of separation of power that we know. So we want to, the paper tried to interrogate the culture of the relationship between the arms of government in Nigeria and try to establish the fact that the absence of separation of power, the emasculation of other arms of government, especially by the executive arm of government, has led to the erosion or has, undermined democratic governance in Nigeria. So the paper, looked at questions as how does fusion of power manifest in Nigeria's political system? What are the implications for democracy? How can institutional reforms mitigate this effect? While Professor Zondi was speaking, I'm tempted to change reforms to transformation. Professor Zondi talked about transformation rather than reforms. So the paper looked at the concept of separation of powers, looked at the concept of checks and balances, and we used the elite theory to, to further explain this fusion of power. The elite theory to find out how these political elites, assert pressure or undermine, the independence of these arms of government. And so we basically defined fusion of power as the overlap or concentration of authority amongst the branches of government. For instance, Nigeria, looking at the, operational mechanism of separation of powers, we can see that there is a clear lack of such independence, where the judiciary arm is now an appendage or does the bidding or, gives judgment at the whims and the caprices of the executive, or when the states or when the legislature becomes an appendage of the executive arm. So we looked at, the concept of institutional autonomy and the executive dominance over legislature, the politicization of the judiciary, party control across all arms of government. And we looked at, how these things, operate or how they function. We looked at electoral competitiveness. We looked at the rule of law, separation of power, accountability and transparency, public trust in democratic institutions. And this paper argues to a large extent that fusion of power negates, democratic governance. Empirical illustrations, we looked at executive legislative collusion in budgetary oversight. We looked at judicial subordination. We looked at dominant political control. And as a way of recommendation, this paper recommends, amongst others, for a constitutional and institutional reform to ensure autonomy of arms of government. And he also argues or posits for the strengthening of civil society and media oversight, and also posits that a judicial and legislative capacity building and independence is required. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Question, comments? Okay, there's none, so we move on to, thank you, Justice. You need to work on the paper more because much of what you've said is about lack of absence of separation of power. So we move to the next speaker, Ogbe.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again, everyone. Presenting a paper on the topic titled Navigating Nigeria's Economic and Socio-Political Landscape, Challenges and Opportunities for Sustainable Development. And I begin with a quick question. We've always heard and talked about Nigeria being endowed with enormous material and human resources. But the question has always been, when and how can we translate this abundance of resources into sustainable development that affects everyone, regardless of how high or low? This paper actually tried to look at the complex interplay between amongst the economy and sociopolitical factors which pose as obstacles to the attainment of sustainable development. And in examining this paper, or examining the topic rather, this paper looked at the political landscape and governance, and it was discovered that governance has a major role. If you've heard from most of the speakers, governance has a major role to play in the attainment of sustainable development. And until we rise up and ensure that governance is indeed in the interest of all, we will continue to rigmarole without success. And so these people looked at some of the challenges that have impeded the attainment of sustainable development. And as we know, or with reference that I just made earlier, looking at the political landscape of Nigeria, we will come to realize that corruption is a culture that we have come to plant in this country, and it takes the effort of everyone to uproot that plant of corruption before we can make tangible headway, before we can attain the much needed sustainable development. And so this paper identified corruption, like I earlier said, as one of the major factors or major challenges confronting this nation. And we equally come to realize that this paper discovered that poverty remains widespread. As we all know, looking at the 17 SDG goals, that's Sustainable Development Goals, we discover that poverty is one of it. I think the goal 1, you discover so many people in Nigeria are living in poverty. We have poverty so much that people struggle to survive. Even the recent report by World Bank stated that many Nigerians are multidimensionally poor, and most of the rules or policies and strategies that the government always churn out has not been the problem. Nigeria has not really had the problem of policies and strategies, but how to translate these things into the well-being or into things that will be fruitful and become tangible for us to see has always been the problem. And so this paper tried to underline all that, and it discovered competent leadership and sustainable development are inseparable. And so we need to get to a point where the quality of leaders that we bring into power, we need to take a close look at it to ensure that we get the best of us to be at the helm of affairs. Because until we are able to dig out the best of us to lead us, leadership cannot help us to attain that which we ought to attain. And so sufficient efforts have not been made to harness the nation's vast resources. Like we said, Nigeria is blessed with enormous resources, and Nigeria's economy has been oil dependent, and this oil dependence has not augured well for the nation, because we talk about diversification a lot of times, but how well have we been able to focus on the other aspects, the non-oil sectors that will help us to achieve sustainable development? Because like now we have SDG, which is a 15 years, this was designed to happen for 15 years, and we already have a decade gone down into SDG, which means we have about 5 years to go. By 2030, SDG will be coming to an end as structured by the United Nations. And in these 5 years, if we've not been able to attain tangible development in 10 years, how well can we in 5 years attain this much needed development? And so in conclusion, this paper discovered that sustainable development in Nigeria remains a work in progress, but it will remain a mirage if we do not arise to take these collective decisions, if we do not have this patriotism amongst in us, especially among the leadership. Because just like Honorable Martins and Mewule mentioned, he said something that struck me when he was talking. He said, if we reduce corruption to the barest minimum, more funds will be available for development. And so we need to come to a point where, in conclusion, we need to come to a point where we are able to galvanize everything it takes to attain sustainable development. And by that, I mean credible leadership, the courage, which is the political will for us to move on, and then competence and collaboration amongst all stakeholders. These are very necessary ingredients for us to attain sustainable development. Thank you.
My name is Ferguson, and Dr. Ferguson. Basically, Mr. Chairman, I feel from this, corruption, it was a beautiful presentation, please. I think corruption is overemphasized, because at every society, at every stage of every society, there has been corruption from the era of primitive accumulation. And up to now, even is also a stage in capital formation. Now, I'm asking, don't you think that corruption in other ways, what those who are corrupt, not only arresting them or putting them in prisons, the money, because the state has to form a way in which they could reinvest this corruption. Because from her presentation, I could see she was talking about corruption. And then, since development is indigenous or cultural, what constitutes development? Is this a sustainable development goal or what? Thank you.
I'm Chukwuemeke by name. When the speaker was actually examining her work, she made mention of the World Bank recent reports on Nigeria. I think that should be 139 million Nigerians, 133 million, million Nigerians living under poverty. And then she lays emphasis on that. But that was a response from the presidency. And I actually align myself to that, yes, because, there's been this disarticulation of our local economy. And then I wanted to put this in correctly, but it actually escaped my memory. So, but what I'm actually trying to say on that aspect, I think what is there, because they said there are informal sectors that actually sustains the household. So the method or the yardstick in measuring development, for me, is actually westernized and is biased, because at some point development is human-centered, and at some point the yardstick used in measuring development is completely wrong, because even before now, what we are seeing, we see development without growth, and we see all kinds of things. So I think you should actually do more work on that, so that we don't actually keep looking at the macro level without looking at what actually sustains us as individuals and as a people. So because sometimes we keep chasing this technological advancement and keep chasing some of these things, and yet we can't get it. They said they want to come here and actually establish a Volkswagen company since last year. They never come. And then they also said they wanted to come. So how do we actually get these things if they can't allow us to have, they can't transfer technology, and then they can't transfer other things, other inputs to Nigeria on how we can grow? So when we're talking about development, we actually need to align ourselves. Thank you.
Okay, yes, you talked about allowing the Westerners, World Bank rather, to define our stand. In my work, because I was time bound, so I didn't focus on that. It's not using the macroeconomic aspect to define our development, because any development that does not affect the people themselves cannot be said to be development. And so in the body of my work, I talked about the focus on people, and that has to do with employment opportunities being created and the welfare generally of the people. Because when we look at the country, it is not just about what World Bank has said, but what is the reality on ground. You find that there are so many unemployed youths on the streets. You find that there's hunger in the land, and this is very evident in the people we see around us. So there's no doubt that we need to transform the lives of the people. We need to ensure that the development we're talking about is not just by the interpretation of World Bank, but looking at the indices around us, which has to do with how is there hunger, poverty, and all that. We need to put all that into consideration. So it's not like the focus of the paper is on the macroeconomic growth. It has to do with developing or ensuring that it is people-centered. Policies should be people-centered, as well as the development and everything that the leadership or leaders have to do have to be people-centered. Thank you.
Okay, good everybody. My name is Adoke Bigalabo. I'm here to talk about the role of federal structures in promoting sustainable political development in Nigeria. Now, this work tends to examine federalism and decentralization, state autonomy, and resource control. Now, Nigeria, as a federal system of government, was formally adopted in 1954, which was designated as the only viable mechanism to bring the Nigerian people together. However, the structure has consistently failed to operate on the principles of federal structure. Now, we should know that federalism tends to bring the people, enables the states, the different regions, to look into their resources to optimal way, in a way that when they tend to control their resources, they report to the center. But in the Nigerian scenario, the reverse is the case, where the center